Mars can perhaps potentially yield solutions to some of Earth's biggest challenges that we face today. So when I think about Mars, I think about Earth and how exploration beyond our atmosphere is bound to lead to discoveries that will be stepping stones for all of humanity. My generation is getting ready for the journey. After all, Mars calls to us.
I believe that colonizing Mars is a worthy goal for humanity. The truth is, we are consuming more and more resources in space here on Earth, and it won't always be able to sustain us. We are polluting the atmosphere with carbon dioxide, cutting down trees, and destroying our planet. I think that Mars is our best chance for survival. But also, for thousands of years, humans have dreamed of going to space. We've accomplished that, but as always, wonder and curiosity pushes us to reach for more and see how far we can go. The big question that humans have always been asking is there life on other planets? Are we not alone on this little blue dot? I think that Mars can help us answer that question. I think that there may be life on Mars, and if they can survive on Mars, I think that we can too. And I think that to find out, we must explore. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Abby. I am the CEO of the Photosynthesizing Farmer, and I would like to tell you why I am committed to the goal of going to Mars. I believe exploring Mars can help us to expand where we live and grow. This is crucial because we need to learn how to grow our own food in hostile environments like Mars. Everything we learn about growing food on Mars will help us learn how to grow food to survive in other parts of the galaxy. Going to Mars opens up new possibilities, like going to other planets, stars, other solar systems, and even other galaxies one day. Can you imagine all of the cool collaborations that will be made when people go to Mars to build cities and communities? Or even imagine having your very own garden on Mars one day. Just imagine eating your very own Mars-grown potatoes. Well, I've thought about it, and it's going to be awesome.
Hi, my name is Studi, and I'm in 4th grade. I think that we should go to Mars because a Mars day is only a few minutes more than an Earth day, and there are signs that liquid water still flows on the surface. And there are strong signs of organic building blocks such as carbon, hydrogen, phosphorus, and nitrogen. Mars is closer to Earth compared to the other planets. The gravitational pull is slightly lesser than the Earth's gravitational pull. Also, if we go there, we could explore and look for signs of food and life there, and we could use that information to help ourselves in the same way. This is why I think we should go to Mars. Thank you.
Why Mars? Hello, my name is Sean Botello, and I'm going to answer the question for you. Why Mars? Well, Mars has a lot of resources on it, and to get to those resources, we're going to need to build the rockets to get to Mars, and to solve the problems. And that's why I want to become an aerospace engineer, so I could build the rockets and to solve problems. And I've already started 3D printing a couple rockets, like the Sound 5 and 3D printer, with my CAD software for 3D printing. And soon, maybe we will have rockets to get to Mars and mine those valuable resources. Thank you for your time.
Personally, I believe going to Mars would better our technology down here on Earth. But with that arise a lot of questions like, where will we get our oxygen and where will our food and water come from? But a lot of these questions have already been answered by technologies we're making and technologies we already have, such as MOXIE and the hydroponic systems. So in my opinion, I think that going to Mars could really better humanity and humankind as a whole.
Hi, I'm Evie. I'm 10 years old, and this is why I think we should go to Mars. I think we should go to Mars because we've always wondered, is there more life out there? Are we the only life? And we started seeing traces of water on Mars. We started thinking there's probably more life. And I want to be a geologist on Mars because if I was a geologist, I'd be able to find out what the layers of Mars are, which I really want to know. And I'd also be able to find bacteria and traces of life such as fossils. I also want to bring plants to Mars because if I brought plants to Mars, I'd be able to see how they react to the temperature, climate, and gravity of Mars. And I also think Mars would be an amazing adventure and learning experience.
I think humans should go to Mars for a lot of reasons, one of which is human overpopulation. There are a lot of people on Earth, and we are the most invasive species. If we were to send some people to Mars, then maybe we could help better cope with that. I also think people should go to Mars because of a fresh start. We've kind of wiped out a lot of the trees, and if we were to go to Mars, maybe we could make better, healthier, smarter decisions so that we could help preserve planet Mars for the next generation. I also think we should go to Mars because if something bad were to happen to Earth, being an interplanetary species, then if something bad were to happen to Earth, at least the human population would still be alive, rather than just being wiped out like the dinosaurs. My contribution to Mars I want to be a pilot there and help transport people to Mars. With technology improving, I think it's definitely possible for rather than having cars, having hover helicopters and other such things.
Hi, my name is Lucia, and I'm 9 years old. I think we should go to Mars to find water and life. I want to find water because humans drink water. I want people to live on Mars to find out why water disappeared on Mars. And I want people to study the rocks and volcanoes. I want them to figure out how to stop water from disappearing on Earth.
Of the Humans to Mars Summit. I'm Chris Carberry, CEO of Explore Mars. I'm joined today once again with Explore Mars President Janet Ivey. Welcome, Janet.
Good morning, everybody. And I am so very much enjoying the comments you are putting in the chat there as we watch the next generation of space explorers. I'm super proud of these students. I met many of them 18 months ago during what we now know has been this most interesting times of our lives. And I'm so proud of who they are, not only as students, but future kind of visionaries. So thank you for the good support that I see there in the chat. We want to say thank you for spending the last couple of days with us here at the Human to Mars Summit. We cannot wait for May 2022 when we might at last be able to join together and be together in person.
Yeah, and to remind everybody, you can still get our special rate. You register for over the next few days up until Sunday, I believe. You'll get a special discount on the 2022 in-person Humans to Mars Summit at the National Academy of Sciences, May 17th through 19th. It'll be a spectacular event. We're already planning the receptions and lunches and parties, and it's going to be probably our best, not probably, it'll absolutely be our best program ever. So you want to be there in person. Yeah, so we look forward to seeing you there.
And one of the things that if anybody out there is listening and you produce some kind of food or you have some idea about feeding Mars, we have this idea that I've been pushing, and maybe by 2022 make it happen. I want to have an entire like hors d'oeuvre and taste testing thing at the Mars 2022 our event that it's like we can taste the food from that Astrius is doing. So again, help me out with that. And remember, it's like if you're going, oh, we've got something, I think a fantastic taste testing party is also in the works, Chris.
Oh, absolutely. I really want to try those Aleph Farm steaks to see if they really taste like steak. We've tried so many different variations of non-steak and non-meat, and they're never quite right. We'll see if actually growing them by the cell actually really produces something that's authentic. So all these different inventive innovations in food production, I think that's a terrific idea. As for today, we have a spectacular lineup of speakers once again. I'm not going to go through it. You can go to your agenda to look at that, but another strong one. But we're adding one more program this evening. As you all know, there's a big event going on. The Inspiration 4 crew will be launching into orbit at 8:02, at least the opening of the window at 8:02 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, with our own board member, Cyan Proctor, and her fellow extraordinary crew members. So we are going to have a viewing party, a viewing event starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tonight. So we hope we'll join you. Everybody who's registered, you will be sent an email with a link to be able to log in. And those who are watching through different platforms, we'll be feeding it throughout our social media. So if you go to Facebook or Twitter, I'm sure you'll be able to find it there. So it's going to be a really exciting event. And yeah, obviously, we are quite excited. Not too often one of your board members gets launched into orbit.
And there's so many firsts. Dr. Cyan Proctor will be the 4th African American astronaut. There is like Haley, who's part of Inspiration 4 crew, is the youngest American ever to go to space, including I think the only person that has ever had a rare cancer in her youth to actually go. So what an inspiration she must be to all those children at St. Jude. So again, what a marvelous night to watch and join us. And we'll be sending out those links throughout the day. Please come and be a part as we watch this group. And Inspiration 4 is indeed the appropriate title, because I think this opens up space for all of us.
Absolutely. And as Janet mentioned, this whole extraordinary launch is to help support St. Jude's Research Hospital. So if you have not supported it yet, we hope you will go and support this extraordinary mission. They help so many kids around the world. So please, I hope you can contribute to that drive, because it certainly does an extraordinary amount of good. But without further ado, I also want to thank our sponsors today before we bring in our opening speaker. So once again, I want to thank our sponsors, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Lockheed Martin, Collins Aerospace, Northrop Grumman, the Green Mars and Beyond Foundation, Boeing, Paragon Space Development Corporation, E360, MDA, Honeybee Robotics, Relativity Space, Qualtech, Colonize Mars, Two Planet Species, Tamer Space, and all our partner organizations, including Space.com, the Planetary Society, National Institute of Aerospace, American Astronautical Society, Aerospace Industries Association, SEDS, Janet's Planet, of course, and many, many others. I know that Singularity University, one of our, Tiffany Vora will be one of the moderators today, has helped promote this as well. So thank you, everybody who's helped promote the Humans to Mars Summit this year. So without further ado, I want to bring in our first speaker, who's going to be talking about a mission option for sending an orbital mission around Mars in 2033. Humphrey Hoppy Price, is the chief engineer of NASA's robotic Mars mission program at JPL. He was the architect of the JPL Minimum Architecture for Humans to Mars project. He was also the project system engineer for Grail mission to map the gravity field around the moon. Hoppy has been involved in an extraordinary number of missions over the year. He's been a longtime friend of Explore Mars and very active with our Mars Achievability workshops as well. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Hoppy Price, who will talk about how we can get Human 3.
Hello. Thank you, Chris and Janet. I'm Hoppy Price from NASA JPL. And 2033, I have my bumper sticker. Is it even possible to have a human mission to Mars in 2033? So on Monday, Mike French posed that question on the panel Maintaining Momentum. And the panel cited a number of technology gaps. And then in 2019, the Space and Technology Policy Institute issued a report that specifically listed the showstoppers for 2033. So I'm going to describe a concept with the idea to eliminate those showstoppers. And just to be clear, this is not a NASA plan, and it's not a NASA study, but NASA is studying a number of options for humans to Mars implementation. But what I'm going to show is a JPL internal study of an alternate approach to try and look at things in a different way. So this is just an example of a possible mission. So I'm going to bring up my slides here. Okay, let me go back to the beginning. So I'm going to talk about a concept for a 2033 Mars orbital mission with a Venus flyby. And just to be clear, we're not talking about a landing, but just going to orbit around Mars as a pathfinder. So this is a short duration mission concept using conventional propulsion. So 2033 offers a unique opportunity for a 570-day flight time. That's 1.6 years. And conventional propulsion for Mars missions would have a lower performance than the advanced propulsion that most architectures are looking at, but it would be more near term. So, 2033 could be possible. And using conventional propulsion would have a lower development risk, would probably have a lower total cost for an initial set of missions to Mars. And then I think after an initial set of missions, the sustaining missions going forward might not be short stay missions, because the long stay missions actually have shorter transit times, plus longer surface stays to build up infrastructure and maximize the science exploration. Now, advanced propulsion could support a more capable series, say using nuclear thermal propulsions, maybe after an earlier initial set of missions. And, on-ramping advanced propulsion later would provide needed time for its development and qualification for use with crew. And the higher delta V capability that you could get from advanced propulsion could reduce the transit time for long stay missions. So this particular concept would utilize near-term technology systems. It would minimize the development and mission risk with less complex systems using current technology chemical propulsion with a common stage design and common engines. And so, looking at this rendering here, there's a Mars transit habitat. And this is really the key thing. It's like a space station module, but it would keep the crew alive and support them and have the facilities they needed for a 1.6-year journey to Mars and back. And there would be an Orion vehicle to take the crew up there and also for Earth return. And so the only other thing are these stages. And so what would these stages be like? They're a lot like the Titan II second stage or the Proton third stage. These are chemical biprop propulsion systems, space storable. They're not cryogenic. And so there's a long history with this kind of a stage. So these components would be launched in segments by the SLS and also commercial rockets, and they would be assembled in high Earth orbit or at the gateway. And then the crew would return directly to Earth in the Orion capsule at the end of the mission. So again, 2033 offers a unique short stay orbital mission, 1.6-year total duration. And so if this mission would be the first crew to travel to both Mars and Venus. And my idea is that this would not be a one-off, but a pathfinder for crew transport and landing missions to follow, perhaps as early as 2037. So how would this work? First of all, you would need to launch some of these Titan II second stage type things. There would be a conventional stage. They would have solar panels and also avionics, so they could operate independently as spacecraft, and they would have docking systems on them. So in this concept, in this example, there would be 4 Earth departure stages that would be first put into low Earth orbit, and then an SLS would put a return stage that we would want to send to Mars, and we need to use this to bring the crew back from Mars after they're in Mars orbit. And this is about a 100-ton stage, so that's why you need the SLS to launch it. And then we need not just one stage, but we need 2 of those stages sent to Mars. So we would want to pre-position these in low Earth orbit, ready to go. And then around 2 years before we're going to send the crew to Mars, in the early Mars opportunity, this would be 2031, these commercial stages would send these 2 Earth return stages to Mars. They would use their own propulsion system to go into orbit around Mars, and they would be remotely docked together to form a stage 1 and stage 2 as the Earth return stages. So then we need to get the transit vehicle for the crew going to Mars. So there would be 3 more of these commercial launches with these Titan II upper stage type vehicles to be positioned in low Earth orbit. And then an SLS would launch the crew transit vehicle. And so this is the transit hab plus an Earth departure stage and a Mars orbit insertion stage. And then those 3 boost stages would send that crew transport stack from low Earth orbit up to high Earth orbit. So now we're kind of ready to go. We've got the transit vehicle in high Earth orbit, and we've got these 2 return stages in Mars orbit. So now it's time to set up the crew. And this would possibly be a week or 10 days before the departure window for the Mars mission, so they could dock with this stack in high Earth orbit and get ready to go. And then when it's time to depart, the Earth departure stage would send this stack to Mars. It would be about a 200-day journey, and then they would use the Mars orbit insertion stage to go into orbit around Mars. And then they would meet up with the 2 Earth return stages and dock to that. They would spend about 30 days in Mars orbit, and then they would use the 2 trans-Earth injection stages to go back to the Earth. And it's a lot of delta V for this short stay mission. And not only that, but they need additional delta V by doing a Venus flyby. So they would actually go in to the inner solar system, go by Venus, do a Venus gravity assist. And because they would be in the inner solar system, they would need to deploy a sunshade to protect the vehicle stack from the higher intensity of solar radiation as they get in closer to the sun. And then they would go back to the Earth after a total of 570 days in space, and they would do a direct entry with the Orion capsule. And they would land, in the ocean, very similar to the Apollo astronauts. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the sunshade for going into Venus. So going inside 1AU, a sunshade would need to be deployed to provide thermal control. And that sunshade would have to be pointed towards the sun to shade the crewed vehicle stack. And the solar rays would actually have to be tilted off sun, maybe by 45 degrees or 60 degrees, depending on their distance from the sun, so that they don't overheat and they stay within their specification. And there would be brief periods where they would be pointing off sun for trajectory correction maneuvers, or if there was an off nominal pointing event, they need to be able to survive that and get back to sun point again. And so I think this risk is reduced by using non-cryogenic propellants, having the space storable propellants. And there is a risk trade-off of doing this Venus flyby versus going for the longer 2.6-year traditional conjunction class mission. So we had a panel discussion yesterday I thought was pretty interesting on the short stay versus long stay. And just to recap a little bit of that, there are long duration and short duration options for 2033. They're both good opportunities. 2033 is a great year for Mars missions. But the short duration mission is 570 days versus 950 days. But it does require this larger Mars departure delta V. It's 3.3 kilometers per second of propulsion versus 1.1 kilometers per second for the long stay. So that's why you would have to position these large Earth return stages in Mars orbit in order to do the short stay. Example of a mission. So this is kind of all of the launches you'd have to have, and it's a lot of launches, but really when you look at any of the Mars architectures people talk about, there are a lot of launches, both SLS and commercial vehicles. But you'll see that these blue stages here, there are 11 launches that are actually, they're all identical, they're all the same. They're the 60-ton class hypergolic stages. They're launched on commercial vehicles. And then we have 2 of the 100-ton stages that would be put in Mars orbit for the return. And then there's 2 smaller stages that are used for Earth departure. And so the idea is that these stages would all be the same design, the same engines. They would come off the same production line, but there would be 3 different tank lengths. So for the different sizes, there's the 100-ton version, the 60-ton, and the around 40-ton version. And one advantage of this approach is that the transit habitat in these stages are all integrated together and fueled on the ground. So they're ready to go. They don't have to dock with anything except the boost stages. And then finally, there's the SLS launch with the crew. So if we were going to pull this off, what needs to be developed? What are the critical things? Well, the most critical item is the Mars transit habitat. And again, the most challenging thing, I think, is the life support system for the crew for 1.6 years. That's probably the tallest tent pole. And the idea here in this example is that a prototype could be tested at the Gateway in the late 2020s. Then you would need to have a production line to deliver the 15 hydrazine NTO common design stages. That would need to be established. And the production rate would be about 4 per year. The first flight would be in 2029. And you could order a few spares to protect against problems. In order to pull this off, the SLS Block 2 would need to be available by 2030 with a flight rate of about 1 launch every 6 months. And then commercial launch vehicles equivalent to Falcon Heavy would need to be procured with a flight rate of about 4 per year. And then are qualified for the longer mission and for a thicker heat shield for the direct Earth entry. And really, Lockheed Martin was looking into this for their Mars base camp concept. And in fact, this example of an architecture is kind of like a very minimal version of Lockheed's Mars base camp. So in conclusion, 2033 offers a unique opportunity for a short duration Mars orbital mission to minimize deep space exposure time for the crew. It would be a pathfinder to retire risk for the vehicles and systems to be used for follow-on missions that would land crews to explore on the surface of Mars. This concept uses low-risk, current technology systems that would reduce the development risk, cost, and the in-flight risk. And I think what's nice is that out of the 15 launches, the 11 commercial launches, they're all identical vehicles. So it would be easy. And Venus, which is pretty exciting. Just as I have a few extra minutes here, so I just wanted to show what a landing mission might look like, a follow-on. So what you see in this diagram here is the orbital mission that we saw earlier. It's the same thing. But now to land on Mars, what else would you need for a follow-on mission? Well, there would be 1 commercial launch to send a MAV boost stage to Mars. It would put itself into Mars orbit. And since we have a lot of actually use aerobraking to aerobrake it to low Mars orbit. And the purpose of this, as you'll see later, is to boost the Mars ascent vehicle back into a high Mars orbit after the crew does its mission on Mars. So then we need a lander, and SLS could launch an Earth departure stage and a lander to go to Mars. And since this lander has a heat shield, it could actually aero capture into Mars orbit. And so now we have all the vehicles we need. We have a MAV boost stage, we have the lander, we have Earth return stages for the short stay, and then we have the crew ready to go in the same kind of crew stack they had for the Pathfinder orbital mission. So the crew would go to Mars, go into orbit, they would meet up with the lander, the crew would transfer to the lander and land on the surface. And while they're there, it would be nice if they had like a car to drive around in. So we could actually have a commercial launch deliver around a 1.5 ton unpressurized rover. And that could actually be delivered by a sky crane, similar to Curiosity and Perseverance. It's that class of a vehicle, so that the crew could do some significant exploration and search for past life on Mars while they're there for a couple of weeks. Then the Mars ascent vehicle would take the crew to low Mars orbit. They would use the boost stage to take them from low Mars orbit back up to high Mars orbit. And then the rest of the mission is the same as the orbital mission. They would do the Venus flyby and return. And so that's the end of my presentation. And let me get back into my presentation mode here. Okay, so I can take a few questions here. And so there's a question about trajectories going clockwise versus counterclockwise. Yeah, people look at the trajectories in a different way. And then the SLS Block 2 at a 6-month tempo, that's actually the plan for the SLS in the time frame of the 2030s is to launch it twice a year, once every 6 months. And so in this example, an effort was made to time the SLS launches to be one every 6 months. And let's see, why would we use the SLS? It's because of these large payloads that you need. You know, you need a 100-ton stage launched into low Earth orbit. The crew stack is about 120 tons. And so that's really the only vehicle that can send something that size into Earth orbit. And then for things that you're sending directly to Mars, it just gives you a lot more throw weight to be able to send the vehicles there. So to try to break this up into systems that could be deliverable by the smaller commercial vehicles, I think it would just become so much more complex. So I really like the idea of the SLS as a mission architect because it enables you to get the heavy things that you need into orbit and to Mars. Let's see, another question. Are we too far off for permanent stays? I think so. I mean, you have to walk before you can run. You know, just as Apollo did things in stages, I think human Mars exploration is probably better off done, you know, in small steps rather than just trying to do everything from the beginning. And let's see. Oh, year 12 student in Australia going to university. How can one contribute to the Mars mission? Well, I think part of it is just being part of the Mars community, like Explore Mars, the Humans to Mars Summit. I know I was very inspired by the Apollo missions. And to me, a lot of the reasons why we would do the Humans to Mars is really, besides the science, it's the human adventure and the inspiration. And certainly Apollo inspired me to pursue math and science and to pursue technical careers and the career that I have now. And going to university, contributing to a Mars mission, these days there's all kinds of opportunities for getting involved in small sats, you know, different space studies, projects. You know, NASA and aerospace industries bring on interns, you know, college age interns. And at JPL, you know, we've even had some high school interns. So clearly there's a lot of opportunities, I think, to get involved in the space community and contribute to the effort for humans to Mars. So I don't see any more questions. So I don't know if we're going to go back to the regular program now. Another question. How will we keep the astronauts the right way up because there's no up or down in space? Well, I think one of the things that crews learn starting in Skylab is that even though you're in 0G, when you're in a room, you tend to arrange the room so that visually there's an up or down and that people are kind of working on the same level and all the workstations are oriented the same way. So you don't have like one person working on the ceiling, the other person working on the ground. You know, I think a lot of our experience in ISS has also enabled us to figure out how to get around these issues of disorientation from lack of gravity. Is there any critical distance between Mars and the Earth for interstellar mobility? I don't know. I don't understand that question. How do you reference ISS for the future positioning of interim stations? Well, I think ISS is a great proving ground for things that are going to happen with the Gateway. The Gateway is like a small station around the moon, which is another step towards the human expansion into the solar system, having you know, a way station around the moon. So ISS is definitely a step along the way for creating other outposts in orbit around the moon or on Mars. So I'm not seeing any more questions here. Okay, I think I'm ready to wrap it up then. Okay, so that's it for my presentation. Again, this is just an example of a concept for an alternative approach for possibly doing a human mission to Mars in 2033.
Welcome, everybody. I feel so proud and privileged to be able to introduce my friend, colleague, and brother. Peace be upon you, my friend. Everyone, you must know Altaf. We had a very fortuitous meeting back in the summer of 2019, and I am so proud of his genius and what he's bringing forth. Let me tell you a little bit about him. He is an IBM Distinguished Engineer. He is the chief technologist in space tech. He leads innovation groups and partnering with various space tech companies to design and build first-of-a-kind proof of concepts and technical prototypes using edge computing. He keeps promising me quantum computing in the next 10 or 15 years. He's working with data services, blockchain, and most important to me is that he is democratizing access to space, especially for students, by optimizing space cargo, supply chain. He's, again, what he's doing and gaining valuable insight, and he's taking the actions and doing it not only for Earth observing satellites, but also putting IBM tech on Mars rovers and really furthering our missions onto Mars and even further. My dear Naeem, it is a pleasure to have you. Please tell everyone about what you're doing, and you can tell them even more so. But again, thank you for the inspiration you're providing.
Thank you so much, Janet, once again for having me on this event. I think it. Thank you for a very generous introduction. I mean, all right. So let's see what we are doing, right? Like you mentioned, the in the past 6 to 12 months, we are focused on the edge computing. So the project we started was the DNA sequencing on the International Space Station. That is as you can imagine, we're trying to think about going to moon and planning for the moon and beyond to the Mars, of course, right? We need these edge computing solutions where we are so far away, we don't have the luxury to even communicate back in a timely manner. So we need systems at all. Other interesting things, which again in this whole spectrum of space tech, is this communication with the ground stations. You're probably hearing in the industry that this next generation of ground stations with optical connections are coming along, right? That will make the communication much faster. The bandwidth will be much higher. Today you are using the radio frequency, and now it will be via light, much faster communications, and much data can flow from the low Earth orbit or from the geo and far away to the ground. Uh, in this whole innovation area, the other thing is the CubeSat stuff, right? The another tech for good is the plastic net. So this is also, this big challenge on the planet right now with the pollution, with the oceans, microplastic. There's so much trash out there, and most of that stuff is, it's eaten by the fish, and the fish we eat, and you see all the challenges we are having on the planet. So we have open sourced the code Plastic Net. It is basically a crowdsourcing approach where people can go take the pictures and work with us. It's all open source code, and we are also now going to look into these cluster of this the plastic trash everywhere, and then can do inferencing AI to figure it out and take some actions.
It's astounding to me how many projects, because I'm quickly trying to share all of these things that Naeem has put in here. And so it's everything from trying to tech for good, I believe is the hashtag you guys are using. So please check out I'll continue to put links there. But one of the things it's like that I am most excited about, and I'm might have misheard Naeem on our first meeting. He was talking about small satellites, and I couldn't get it out of my head. I was like, "You mean CubeSats?" And literally, if you guys could have been on the on the other end of the phone, Naeem's like, "No, I'm talking about small satellites." But it begins the most fantastic conversation, and in this way, you really are bringing down the stars and this data to students. Please share any slides or anything you want to about this mission.
Sure. So I will just I'll share one of my screens, and then we'll talk about it. So just sharing over here. Share the screen. Can you see this?
I cannot yet, but I will continue.
That's fine. Yeah, you can send. So basically, what Janet is talking. This is when we met 2 years ago, and we start talking about how can we get more children and students all over the world engaged in space. And again, thanks to Janet, and this is all collaboration together. We thought about, okay, CubeSat is a very interesting way of engaging students. But the idea was, how can we build a CubeSat and launch it and then make it available to everyone? And that's where we started working on. Our mission name is we will be launching this CubeSat next year in the first quarter. The idea here is this CubeSat will have the compute power on it with a bunch of sensors, camera, and we want to give access to every kid on the planet where they can submit their code. We will have the APIs, the front end we are looking right now into building via scratch. So it will be very easy for even younger kids. They can just drag and drop, and they can build a code, and we will push their code all the way up to the CubeSat in the low Earth orbit, and this code will execute against the metrics being collected against the camera, like a picture, and then basically edge computing happening in space. But this gives a sense of achievement. It's very uplifting if you're sitting in far of the world. Even in the Western world, it's very challenging to put something in space. But think about in the developing nations, it's even more harder. So how can we give this access to all of them? And I think it will be very cool to see kids sitting and pushing their code, and it's running in the orbit. So that's our goal is.
To me, it's just astounding. One of the conversations that Naeem and I had, for any of you out there who are space educators and have had that experience, you're attempting to send things on nanoracks or doing a CubeSat of your own, you either had to have a huge grant behind you, or your school had to raise some substantial funds to do this. And because one of my heart things is to work with those untapped communities that don't have as much access to space. And that's really where I say Naeem is leading the way at IBM, that this will be open source for everyone. So I want people to share this information far and wide, because again, from elementary to high school to undergrad to whomever really wants to get involved, especially with plastic net.ai, anybody can contribute and be part of this experience, correct?
Yes. And the other cool thing is about this project. If you go on the site, you can register. We will issue you a boarding pass. The boarding pass number is generated by IBM Quantum Computer. And we will put your name on the CubeSat when it launches next year. So your name will be in space. So please share. But like Janet said, yes, it is for everyone and anyone. So, please participate, and we will help you put your code in space.
Again, fantastic. Now, you also have done something, and I want you to make sure that you talk about your space tech report, because I'm
Yes.
not sure as many people as should know about this project, how much you guys are doing, and kind of like the in-depth stuff that's happening with IBM and pushing things in space and onto Mars.
Thank you. So this space tech report is part of IBM Business Value. So we generate these reports very frequently for different industry verticals. Basically, the idea is to look at what's happening in the industry now and for future, and we go and interview, or we work with different C-level, like high-level executives, technical executives, to understand where this industry is heading. So we did the same thing. This is the first space tech report by IBM, and we went and we talked to many different industry leaders, and many of them are actually talking in this conference this year as well. So they are astronauts, there are heliophysicists, there is folks from Explore Mars, Chris, and there's like close to I think 10 15 different people from different aspects of the industry, telecom industry. And we put a vision out there, and our vision, and we wanted to understand how the industry leaders are thinking, what's their point of view. So there were three key areas, and again, the link is shared. You can go and take a look at the report. The three key areas which emerged, one, and should be very obvious to everyone. One is the data driven, right? Because data is being produced by almost everything and anything just connected is producing data, right? So how can we use data to have better decision making? So for example, if you look at satellites, right? Built right on the satellite itself, which is also edge computing in space. So we can do stuff over there and make decisions quicker. Because the thing is, the value of data, when something happens, the time window is very small. If you miss that window, the value of that data is gone. So you have to take action right there. So data driven, and this also includes, of course, the AI, machine learning, all that stuff. The second thing was, which we are all learning, is that space, it's a team sport. Not everybody can do everything. Just look at NASA. Traditionally, NASA was doing stuff. Now they're opening up, right? We will see tonight the Inspiration 4, right, going up this tonight around I think 8 p.m. So this is all partnership with the public and private partnership. Space station is opening up. They're saying that the civilians can come up in future, right? I think I read that the next Mission Impossible will be shot in space station, right? So the space is opening up, and I think that's how, like we said, the democratization of space will happen, where everybody comes together. Let's open it up. And the third point is, like I just mentioned, is how we can open it up, how everybody can work together. These are the three things which came out of this report by talking to like 10 15 different people in the industry.
Well, I think your point about team space, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's really what maybe the world, I would like to elicit to the world, is come on, team human. Do you know what I
Yes.
mean? And join Team Human in this endeavor to not only strive for peace, let's make peace happen.
Yes.
Let's do that also collective. And, I keep hoping, Naeem, that maybe space and science and this world of education and connectivity really is that path to peace. That may be entirely naive, but I'll plant my flag there. But I love, but I
I
love
agree. I agree.
what.
Yes.
And, we did have a question come in before we get to your next item on the list. It's like, the question comes, what standards do you have to follow for
Mhm.
electronics and space communications, and where can someone learn about those? I mean, you obviously had to do many things, whether that's filing, certain paperwork with different agencies. Talk them through the process of that.
Okay. So yes, it's a complicated process. So a great start is if you just Google CubeSat 101 NASA. They have like a booklet of I think 100 pages, which goes in detail of step by step what it requires. It's actually excellent written workbook, which takes you to the whole process of because there is like for example, uh, let's say, and I'll talk more about what the question is. If you talk about a satellite, a CubeSat, right? So first you have to build a satellite. You need to know all the different components, right? Then the next question is standardization. So right now, in many of these small sats, the off the shelf compute boards are being used, like for example, Raspberry Pi and Arduino, and probably in future NVIDIA stuff as well, right? The Linux operating system, again, that it's not a proprietary. And then what we are trying to do, innovate, is we are trying to push the containerization, which is the modern way of building applications into space. So our CubeSat will use the Kubernetes platform. And we want to, because we've been pushing for software defined, like in our industry, where you have so many things now software defined, we want to also do software defined for space, software defined ground stations, satellites. It makes it very easy to configure. What software defined means is it's not like hard coded and one time you push there, you can't change anymore. Software defined means on the fly, you can make a change. So that's what we are pushing for. So once you have all these components, then comes all the rules and regulations by the authorities, right? Where you have to play with to make sure that your CubeSat will be at certain height, frequency, all those things. Then you need approvals. Then you need to have connectivity with the ground station. So there is still a work needs to be done from the standardization, which the industry is working towards. But again, I will highly recommend take a look at that workbook 101 CubeSat. It will explain a lot in detail.
Beautiful. And another question coming in is, hey, we've got a lot of space junk up there.
Mhm.
What are any plans to, I know that there's a plan at some point to deorbit. What are those plans to also mitigate those dangers as we add to our knowledge of sending, CubeSats up there?
Yes, no, it's a great question, and we are very concerned about that. Actually, we have open sourced our projects for space situation awareness and debris last year, and I have a link also which I gave to Janet. It's posted there. So yes, we are working with the industry leaders to work on the space situation. It's a big threat. The CubeSats are very small and they burn up in the atmosphere. So CubeSat is not much of a concern, but the concerns are bigger satellites, right? And as you can see, point of view, we are talking about providing the internet from the orbit to the whole planet. It's a good thing because it will create connectivity to every aspect of the planet, and the innovation which it will generate, you can't even imagine right now what will happen. But on the other side, we have to be also responsible what we are putting, because we have these multi-billion-dollar radio telescopes which are already in place and coming up in next 4 to 5 years in South America and Europe, right? Noise in their data. If you have this web of satellites roaming around the orbit, right? So when they are doing this deep space observations, now you have a lot of noise to deal with. So I think so industry is working together with them. I think there has to be some rules put in place, but it has to be done from the nation at the
Mhm.
nation level where they define these policies.
Beautiful. All right, let's talk a little bit about more about what IBM is doing and kind of like this future, building the space future towards Mars. Again, I'm so thrilled that you are at the helm of doing so much of this. And I know you and Dr. Jim Garvin have had conversations and things like that. But talk to everybody about what IBM is doing and why you yourself are so inspired to keep pushing forward.
Yes. So I think besides the as step one, besides the the work which we are doing for CubeSat to create awareness and connect the world, the stuff which we are focused more on is, like I mentioned, software defined platform, right? So I mean, a big shout out to my team, Red Hat team, for Microshift, the platform which we will be using for CubeSat. This is a very lightweight platform which we want to use because the systems which will go on the on Moon or Mars, right? There is a huge communication lag between. So you cannot expect that you send a command and then you wait for 15, 20 minutes and then something happens. You need very smart autonomous systems which can learn and take decisions, or it can help the people who are there with them in next decade or so to help them, right? Because just going to Mars is one thing, but putting humans on Mars, that's a huge different level. Because, for example, you spend a lot of money, billions of dollars, and put something there, and then the survival rate is very low. That is not a success. So we have to think of in a totally different way of how the ecosystem, because you have to think about the first is the health of the astronauts. Second thing, how are you going to grow the food, the atmosphere, everything around it, the logistics, how are you going to build something, right? So all those systems which will be working over there, they have to be intelligent, autonomous, and they have to have very lightweight, real-time kind of operating systems to work with. Like the example is the robots which we see. You can see how complex the rover is, which goes to the Mars. Now think about 15, 20 years from now, you have a fleet of these equipment who are working on its own, trying to figure things out. So it has to be very quick, and you need to have the next generation of modern lightweight systems. And that's what we are trying to do, experiment now with the, like the Microshift, the lightweight cube platforms, to see how it moves. And I'm sure there is a lot of improvements in the next decade or so, and especially like you mentioned the quantum computing, right? There's a lot of promise there in the next decade.
Well, and again, but this is always this question for me. How do you overcome that faster than the speed of light thing, right? Is that that quantum computing? That's what it's going to solve here?
No, the thing is, initially the way quantum will work is like a hybrid approach, right? So there is still a lot your classical computers or supercomputers can do. So a lot of things will happen there, and for the very 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 hard things you will ask quantum, right? And the ideal thing is in next 2 decades or 3 you have a quantum computing sitting over there, right? So basically edge computing is the key, right? Whether edge computing happens with a classical computer or a quantum system in a 30, 40 years from now, that's what's going to change the game. So right now we have to rely on the communications we have, right, and the systems. That's where there's a huge push. I mean, look at the example of edge computing. Let's on the terrestrial side is the autonomous car, right? So if your car is driving autonomously, you don't have time to ask to go somewhere in the data center on-prem and say, you know what, should I make a right or left? Yeah, you have a fraction of a second, a millisecond to make a decision. And the car itself is an edge computing. It's making a decision on its own. It has camera, lidar system, right? Similar things. The machinery which will be on these planets, it has to think and learn and help make a decision.
Again, we're on the feed here where I'm seeing the questions, people are going, I understand why your mind blew up, Janet, when you were talking to Naeem. Jorge says that he's working on a project kind of for interplanetary connectivity, because again, like you said, it's like, but so many of these things are going to be autonomous. Can you talk at all? I think when we hear the word artificial intelligence, there is sort of that science fiction fear, right?
Yes.
We're gonna program the robots. They're gonna find out that humans are super imperfect, and they're going to not want us to stick around. So how do we? And I know folks at Nokia who are working on how do you make artificial intelligence perchance more empathetic and that sort of thing. But in your vision of how this autonomous learning and intelligence goes, how, how is it that you and your team are thinking about this? And it's like, I really want to hear sort of maybe even that philosophical level conversation you guys might have about this kind of thing.
No, so at the heart, it's the ethics, right? That is the most important thing. Like I said, we can't give a full control to the machine. And again, it depends upon the circumstances, right? Like for example, in the automobile industry, for last few decades, robots are building the car,
Mhm.
right? They are fully autonomous. They do everything. So there are certain tasks which you can say, okay, you go and do this task. But then there are certain tasks which you say, no, you only help me, right? Go and for example, if you are trying to search like let's say you're in a space shift, right? In a spacecraft, and there's some emergency stuff happens, and you have to quickly go through these manuals to figure it out, right? This is where you ask the AI to quickly go and find those nuggets from me out of these 100 pages of documentation. Tell me, guide me, point those to me, and then I'm the one who will press the button, right? So and then it's all about confidence, how the system will learn, and it's going to take time. It's not like on day one you say, okay, robot, do this for me. It will not happen like that. It's not right. I mean, it will take time. You have to learn, and when there are critical it can do. Look where we have came, right, in the last since the humanity, right? So yeah, human brain is far more superior than the AI today, and AI will take a long time. So I think the humans will always come first, and then for all these other tasks, if, for example, I have to go and build a 3D house, I will ask robot, please go and build that, right? And I can do something else.
I like how you think. I'm just waiting for IBM to make me that robot that does the dishes and my laundry while I'm doing.
Yes, yes.
Anytime,
And
Raheem, I give you that thing. We do have a question coming in. Are you using software-defined radio for communications? Is one question. And then is edge computing the same as AI?
okay. So yes, we will be using the SDR, software-defined radios, and then there is, you're probably guys aware of SatNauts, which is an open source community for communicating with these satellites in the orbit. And then we will also have the ground station. So there's a variety of things. And again, software-defined radio, like I mentioned, software-defined, right? It's very cool thing. Uh, on the Google, just go and type SDR Nova 1617. Just type this. You will get this GitHub page. You can just buy this SDR for like $15. You can get all this imagery which we see of the planet for all the weather patterns in your home every ground station at home are software defined. Now, edge computing and AI, two separate things, right? AI is a technology. You can apply anywhere. You can apply at home in data centers, at work, or at far location, right? But edge computing means is a location, right? Where the fundamental definition of edge computing is wherever the data is being produced, you do computation right there. So edge is a huge spectrum. Edge can be 5 feet from here. Edge can be a nest, or edge can be a device which is sitting on the cell tower or far, far away on Antarctica where the experiments are happening. So edge can be anywhere, right? But basically, edge means is where you are producing data. You put your code there so it can take a decision right there. That's what edge computing means.
We have a question from Ravi Deepak. How do you envision CDNs for in-space computing? Do you think edge caching could be useful in constellations?
Yeah, definitely. It all depends upon what kind of computational power will be available, right? Based on that, yes, it can be done.
Fantastic. Again, it's like I want to make sure that I'm capturing any questions. Here's another one. And this is a very interesting point. I love this, Andrew. All of us using tech, even to be at this current event, are already a basic kind of biotech form of AI. Technology is an expression of biology, such as human brains. What do you have to say to that? What do you think about that? Are we
Let
are
me-
we are we biotech in a way that we are the best supercomputer is sitting right here on top of our shoulders? Hopefully we're using it for the best purposes.
I mean, this like I said, this is the far more advanced supercomputer we have. We don't even understand how it works, right? I mean, our brain is just like computer. I mean, it's like whenever my computers or I'm having, you're getting tired, you just look at computer. Why does the computer get slow? Because you're overloading it with so many files open, everything. Same thing is with your brain. When you're thinking so many things, you will slow down, right? So yeah, it's a very good, it's a very good representation of how computers and brain work. But brain is far more superior. Just think what the humans have done. Just look in the last 100 years. So it's
It
not machines, it's humans.
Well, even when you think back, even in the last 50 years, it's like I am willing to submit I am a human of a certain age that kiddos, I did not have a home computer. They were called encyclopedias. We didn't have a bunch of channels. It was called the TV. And if anybody wanted to call you and you weren't home or you didn't answer, if someone called you and you didn't answer, it just meant you weren't home. And so when I think about that was my experience growing up as a kid and a teen. I remember when we finally got an answering machine. So it is this incredibly kind of like by orders of magnitude kind of momentum that we have going, that tech is growing at such this pace. What are your hopes? I mean, it's like if you could plant that, you know, your IBM flag there on the moon and Mars, what will be like if you could go down in the history books, I got to be a part of making this, what would that be?
I think what I believe is like that it should not be in the hands of few and few privileged. That's what my goal is. How we can make this space accessible for everyone. So if it shouldn't be just only few nations or entities can do this. How can we open this up, right?
Mhm.
And this will also require totally different behaviors of humans how we have today. All the behaviors you have today. It has to be a different way of thinking. So I think the success for me will be that more and more nations and people are able to do stuff in space, because space is huge. It's almost infinite, right? So it shouldn't be only leveraged to few people. I mean, think about this. These radio telescopes of the future, they are going to. But my vision, which I'm sure they're also thinking the same way. 10 years from now, with all these big ones which are coming up from the ESA in the east, in the Southern America, right? That they will give, because the networks will be so fast and the bandwidth will be so huge, that they will provide the feed to you're sitting on your laptop and you can see what they are seeing.
Mhm.
Just imagine the innovation which will happen when everybody will have access to these huge scientific operations and equipment, and everybody can do innovation. Again, just to correct, right? Like I mentioned, the last 100 years. If you look news from Egypt, every few months they find something else in Cairo. Like this, I mean, how big that civilization was. That every few months they find another tomb, another something there. Just imagine what they accomplished, and so many other nations or civilizations, right? So that's what it is.
Well, and I think I'm hoping and I'm seeing like beautiful comments like, I just want to listen to Naeem longer. It's like because it gets exciting. I think your heart to make so much of this open source for students is what I would love for other and many others are doing it, many industries to do this. Someone's asking the question about how could they ever become an intern at IBM? Or are you giving classes anywhere to mentor because they love what you're presenting today?
So I'm always, I mean, I mentor lots and lots of people, so always happy to mentor anyone. We don't need any formality. I think you can connect me with LinkedIn, and I will be happy to talk. For internships, IBM internship for next summer is open, so you can just go on the website and go through the process. Yeah, so it's very straightforward.
And what's beautiful is that you actually had a couple of interns that worked on this endurance CubeSat. Tell us a little bit about that, right?
Yes. So we had this summer we had three interns, and so one of them we asked to go and the site endurance.space. If you go there, build a plastic net, and they started, and it's also available, right? So there's never shortage of ideas we have to build stuff. So
So if what tech device is not yet available, but one that you would find the most handy? If you could create it, like you said, it takes time, but if you could, again, snap your fingers and there was a tech innovation that maybe, what would that be?
I think one thing can be this process of building a CubeSat, right? Again, opening it up, right? So it should be basically a cookie cutter solution, because the yes, there is value in the hardware, of course, but there is more value in the application side, what you do with that data, right? So if you have these sensors and stuff, because right now the sensors are expensive, all these things are large, right? It has to come to a smaller scale, and then it has to be like a just like a Lego that you go, you get the kit, you build that stuff up, and then you focus on what problem you can solve. That's what the value there is. Just putting a hardware, right? It's good, but what can I do with those sensors to have a next breakthrough in space? That's the thing. I mean, for example, last time when we open sourced this, uh, we what we would like, what I would like is there's a swarm of CubeSats, right? So these very, like you have seen in the past year or so at these big events now, that they have these drones which are fully autonomous, and they do the whole show for you, right? The hundreds of these drones. Now imagine in the orbit, and we have this weather patterns happening very frequently all around the globe now. It's like every week there's something happening. So imagine you have a swarm of CubeSats, and they are fully interconnected. They have a mesh network, and they all are sort of like identical. They have these advanced cameras and radars, all these cool equipment on it. Now, full autonomous. So let's say they are, in the orbit watching a planet, and one of them detects that there is a hurricane being formed in the west of Africa. So that CubeSat looks at that, and it tells its peers there is an event going to happen. Who is available? So we can start following this, start working on this, start analyzing the data, right? Fully autonomous. So this kind of AI is good. It's not destructive, right? It's looking at the event, it's trying to calculate, do stuff, and then it's providing the actionable insight to us on the ground. It's not doing anything itself. It's not saying go and launch something to stop this hurricane. It's telling us on the ground something is happening here. I caught this. This is what you can do, right? Or the floods are coming. So this kind of the remote sensing, autonomous, intelligent. If we have this cluster of these CubeSats, right? And we built a framework, we open source it, but there is more work needs to be done. I think that will be really cool to have that.
I just want to download your brain to mine and how it works. Amazing. We
I
have
have a USB-C. Are you USB-C compatible?
Plug it in right here. We have a wonderful question from Mustaka. They are asking, what will be anything that constrains AI-enabled hardware or software for spacecraft or the ISS or even places on Mars, a sort of infrastructure to make it possible for them to operate in space? Are there any constraints? But I think maybe you've covered a bit of that, but we can go back over.
Sure. Yeah, so there are definitely there are constraints. So if we let's say we start from here, we start with a CubeSat. A CubeSat is a 10 by 10 by 10 centimeter cube, one unit. You can have I think up to 24 units. Now, if you put lot of, because when you're running AI, doing inferencing, basically you look at the image and you run the model against it and try to see what it is. Is it a cat or a dog? Very simple, right? That takes compute power, right? So if it takes compute power, it's going to draw that energy from the solar panel, right? So now you have to be careful, because that's what they call it, the power budget in terms of in satellites. So you have to make sure, that based on the dimensions and the specs of your CubeSat, you're able to run certain workloads. And that's what we are doing right now. Some extensive stress testing on our, we will be using Raspberry Pi 4 in our CubeSat to do extended testing and see we don't draw power. So we are running all these, we are building AI models to do inferencing. So that's the biggest thing, that you don't draw, because there is very limited power you have on these CubeSats. And then
Right.
as we grow further, you go down on the moon or the Mars, same concept will apply. That how much energy it's going to take to run those kind of workloads.
Beautiful. I think that all of these phrases, and I would really encourage you guys to take a look at all of the links that we've provided there back to you. Please take a look and be part of these incredibly innovative processes that IBM is doing, and especially that Naeem is spearheading. Because Naeem, the thing that I have much loved about every time we've had a conversation since 2019 is is just your passion for this work, for the students of tomorrow. Because remember, everybody, what we're doing here is what Naeem is laying the groundwork for are all the people who are coming behind him. So literally they'll be standing really on the shoulders of your genius, my friend, because again, what we're building today, we are providing hopefully for that generation down the road. And so perhaps you are a student listening today and you haven't considered coding or remote sensing or AI as possibilities. But if I'm hearing you correctly, Naeem, the future is theirs because there's going to be a need for talent and an endless possibility of opportunity.
Definitely. And I will, and you're so kind, Janet. The other thing which I will highly encourage to the youngsters here is, right, if you want to be in the tech industry, whether it's space tech or in tech industry, aim for to become the best programmer you can. Because think about it, if you are a programmer, you are, you want to be a builder, you want to be a producer, not a consumer, right?
Mhm.
You should be a producer, you should be able to build something. Only then you will rise. If you are a consumer, then you will only go to a certain height and that's about it. But you need to be able to produce. And as a programmer, think about it, the future of software defined, I mean, and this, the term which we use is a digitization of the world, right? This is just starting to happening, and it's happening because of the amazing compute available today, and it's just going to get better and better in the future. And so actually, and one more thing, just to the thing thought came in mind, since I mentioned digitalization, we are actually going to create a digital twin of our CubeSat. So yes, so this is, I mean, again, not a novel concept, because Apollo was doing digital twin back 60 years ago, right? Again, it might not be as fast as because of the communication stuff and the compute available today, but think about, you have objects in space and you have a virtual replication of that on your machine, and you can see in real time what's happening. That's what digital twin is. So again, my advice is, go into programming and then you can build anything you want. There is so much things you can do.
I like that. Be a producer and not just a consumer. Let's build this future. Let's build our future not only to make it better here on Earth, but also better as we venture out. I want to know, like, there's another question that's coming up that's saying, can you talk to people about your background, your education, how you got to where you are, and again, a bit of like what drove you to where you are now?
So yes,
And look at my
I
friend, he's my dear friend and brother Naeem is very shy about touting and stuff. I'll start touting all your awesomeness if you, but go ahead and volunteer it for everyone.
thank you,
You're like
Janet.
that
So
student I call on in class, and I'm like, no, 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 go ahead and share. Everybody wants to know.
so yes, originally from Pakistan, Lahore, and came here as a many immigrants here and studied for computer science, and then joined IBM. So it's been 21 years here in IBM now. Like I mentioned, for last with space kinds of hobbies, it's always there. But the primary day job was as a computer scientist working with the customers building solutions, and now the cloud computing, which is very common in the world now. By doing all this stuff, but I realized that all these skills which we have learned as a programmer that are applicable to any industry, we just have to learn that industry. Since I already had a passion for space, it was a little bit like, just say, a few degrees shift, right? And go and start learning. And I met amazing, again, people like Janet, and the people she introduced me to. We started learning. There's all the knowledge is available today on the web, right? You can just go, if you have a passion for it, you can find stuff. You go and start reading and doing your research, and from there you say, it's not that different, right? Okay, everything today, like I said, is digital world. Everything needs a computer and a programming. You just need to understand what that program is being used for. So that's from there I started. Okay, in the space industry, okay, there are this thing called CubeSat. Okay, I never knew about CubeSat. This thing is CubeSat, small sats. What do you do? Oh, they're on computer. Okay, what can I do with this computer? It has sensors. Oh, we do the same thing on the ground with smarter planet or smarter buildings or cars. Similar concept. It just happens to be in the space now, and the behind that is programming, right? So again, that's the thing. You learn the tools. Like for example, if you go and buy that wrench set, the 150 the sockets, everything. You didn't buy that for car one. You just bought the set. You learned it, and now you can apply it to any different kind of vehicle. So go and learn that skill for for computer programming, stuff like that, and then work in the industry for 5-10 years, and then you will automatically, with experience, have that passion. But I always wanted to work for the, let's say, smarter manufacturing. Okay, how can I apply my skills in that industry vertical, right? And you will find it very easy.
My friend, I so enjoy your company and your friendship. This is one of the great things I think about, and maybe one of the most kind of like beautiful relationships that we've developed during my tenure as president of Explore Mars is just the people that I get to meet, the people that I get to talk with and become friends with, and then to hear your great passion for Team Human and creating open source things. I really do encourage every one of you to take a look at those links that we posted. We'll make them again available on our Explore Mars website, because these are the kinds of things that get me personally excited when I meet people in industry like Naeem that are taking what they are doing and making this incredible future for all of us. So, Naeem, again, I am ever grateful for that fortuitous conversation we had in the summer of 2019. And I'm going to announce to everyone as well just a few things as we close out this session. We do have that launch party tonight, so be sure to follow links for that. We are wishing our board member, Dr. Cyan Proctor, and the rest of her crew incredible success in this all-civilian flight. If you want to connect with Naeem Altaf, you can do that via LinkedIn. Again, we'll have him coming up many times. And we are also doing something with my dear friend Yaruj in Karachi, Pakistan. We're calling it H2M Pakistan, which will kind of concur for all of her students during World Space Week. So again, find ways to connect with us, find ways that also connect with industry, and look for those people, much like my friend Naeem, who are pushing forward open access and space for all. Naeem, I thank you, my dear brother, and we will see each other. One of these days, we're going to meet in person, and I can't wait for that.
Thank you so much, Janet. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're heading into a bit of just a small break, and we'll be back with you real shortly.
And let's go live. Morning, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Our guest has arrived. We're going to chat to him in a second. We just want to quickly start the live stream. There we go. And I hope we are now officially live. Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Sherman, and I am the Chief Imagination Officer for Living Maths, but I'm also wearing a different hat. I am one of the outreach officers for the Humans to Mars Summit, which is taking place this week. It started yesterday, which was Monday, and it is continuing to Wednesday. For those of you that would like to join the Humans to Mars Summit, it is free of charge. You get a chance to hear some of the most incredible speakers from all over the world talking about how we're going to get to Mars, what we're going to do there, when we are there, when are humans going to get there, and some of the very exciting experiments that are taking place on Mars as well. Now, our very special guest is Dr. Sanjay Vijendran. Did I say that correctly?
Absolutely correctly. Well done, Steve.
Wonderful. And you are a scientist at ESA, but you're also the Mars Strategy Team Leader and Future Mars Study, which is known as Mars X Team Coordinator. So before we get on to all of that, I want to know, how did you get into the space world? What was your origin story?
Okay, my origin story goes back to my beginnings in Malaysia. So although I'm British now, I'm working for the European Space Agency. I was born and brought up in Malaysia, far away in the Southeast Asia. And there it was a world far removed from space, but we did have, when I was about 13 years old, a visit from a NASA shuttle astronaut to Malaysia. And I was lucky enough to get a ticket to go and watch him speak. And I met him at the end of the speech, and I was totally inspired by meeting somebody who'd been up into space and come back. So that, I guess, was the beginnings, and I always had an interest in space and astronomy, but only as a hobby. Being where I was from Southeast Asia at that time, I never thought space could be a career for me. I was interested in science and space, but I always thought that was something for me to read about in magazines and watch on television. Eventually, I became a physicist. I was living in the UK, studying physics and doing research into semiconductor devices, electronic devices. And I wanted to fulfill my dream of actually seeing a shuttle launch from Florida in the United States. So I went on a holiday with a friend to try to watch the shuttle launch. And as part of that trip, we visited Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And as I was doing the tour and I saw the launch pad from which the Saturn V then that I had to find a way to actually work in space. It couldn't just remain a hobby. It needed to be what I devoted my life to. And so after I came back from that trip, I looked for a job in space exploration. And luckily, with my technical skills that I had, even though it had nothing to do with space, I managed to find a route into a job in London, in the UK, working on a future Mars mission. And that's how I got into it.
Okay, but now, because I know that we don't have a lot of time, we've been to Mars with regards to sending rovers. We've sent probes around Mars, so we pretty much know quite a bit about Mars. But Perseverance, which is the latest rover to arrive on Mars, has several built-in experiments. It's got the MOXIE experiment and a few other things. But one of the most fascinating experiments is the fact that it is busy collecting soil samples. Now, logic would tell you, well, that's great that it's collecting soil samples. What's it going to do with those soil samples? And then along comes NASA and ESA in a collaboration. And it's not just ESA as in the European Space Agency. There's several countries that are also involved in this process. And you've proposed an idea of collecting those samples and bringing them back to Earth. Do you realize how difficult that's going to be?
Oh, yes, Steve. We fully realize the challenge ahead of us. In fact, we've been working on it diligently for more than 10 years at ESA together with NASA to try to get to the point where we felt we it well enough, countries that might actually pay for this and say, look, this is the plan. We think we can do it. This is how much it's probably going to cost. These are the risks. Please give us the go ahead and we'll actually turn this into reality. So Mars sample return has been the kind of holy grail of Mars exploration for a long time, for decades, because of the challenge, but also because of the huge advance in science about Mars that we believe we can make if we have those rock and soil samples on Earth to be able to investigate them with all the best instruments that the Earth has to offer. Don't forget, when we send robotic spacecraft to Mars and land them and do investigations on the surface of Mars, we have state-of-the-art instruments, but they're always limited by size, by the amount of power they have to run and their sensitivity. So being able to have pieces of Mars back here on Earth allows us to put the best instruments that we have available, not only today, but even in 10, 20, and 30 years' time, we'll be able to look at those same samples with even new technologies and instruments that don't exist today. So it's a kind of gift that keeps on giving when you bring samples back. And so that's why, despite the massive challenge, and let's make no bones about it, this is like a robotic version of sending the Apollo astronauts to the moon and rocketing them off back from the moon and bringing them safely back to the Earth. That's what we're going to do without humans, but it's a kind of dress rehearsal for sending humans to Mars and bringing them back. But here we're doing it at a smaller scale with just robots bringing back about 0.5 kilogram of samples, we hope. That's about 1 pound of samples back to the Earth. That's our goal. But it's going to take us almost a decade to develop the missions, to launch them, spend a few years in and around Mars to collect the samples, and then bring them back safely sometime in the early 2030s.
Okay, I think let's just unpack that a little bit, because you just made it sound, yeah, well, it's not a problem. It's in a couple of years, we'll just throw a rocket out, it'll go there, it'll collect some samples in a few years. Let's talk business. First of all, to get a rocket from Earth to Mars, when Earth is closest to Mars, we're talking about 7 to 8 months journey.
That's
so
right.
You need to fuel the rocket to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's there, obviously Earth and Mars have moved out of position, which means it's going to take a lot longer than 7 months to get back. It might take 10 months, unless it stays there for longer and then leaves when it's closest to Earth again, and then it's another 7-month journey. So we're going to have to fuel a rocket to get there and back. That already is a major obstacle. Number two, when it lands on Mars, we've had rovers land on Mars. We've never had a reusable rocket land on Mars. So that is a completely different challenge to what we've had with all the other types of rovers and things we've deposited on Mars. And then, of course, we have to send something out to go and find those samples, collect them, put them into this rocket. And then, of course, one thing we've never done before is launch a rocket from another planet back to Earth. Is it going to be one of those rockets that land vertically on a little station? Is it going to be a sample that's just going to crash land on Earth somewhere? What are the thinkings in your head at this time?
So you've absolutely hit the biggest problem on the head there, and that is building a rocket that can be landed on Mars and launched essentially autonomously from the surface of Mars on a relatively small platform, which is the lander itself that lands it safely on the surface, into Mars orbit with the samples, and to release those samples to be captured by a waiting orbiting spacecraft. So as you said, that's never been done before. And if you remember rocket launches that are done on Earth here, they're done on big concrete launch pads with huge gantries, and typically with an army of people who prepare the rocket to make sure everything is ready to go before they get to a safe distance and then it's launched. Now, we don't have that on Mars. We don't have anybody to help make sure the rocket is in good shape. All of this has to be done over a kind of Zoom link, remote working from Mars, which is 400 kilometers, million kilometers away. So that is a big challenge, getting a rocket ready to be launched on its own from such a distance. and then doing that launch. And it's a powerful rocket. It's relatively small still because it's only lifting a container about this size, the size of a football or so. But yet it is an explosive device that has to have a controlled explosion to launch on a very defined path into the sky, so it gets to the right point in orbit and doesn't fall back down to Mars. So all of this in a stable way on a platform that is standing on some legs on the surface of Mars, itself built to be as lightweight and efficient as possible, so that we don't have to launch too much of weight to Mars. So that's all a new challenge that we have to fully test out here on Earth as much as we can. But like with a lot of these things, the true test will only come on the surface of Mars itself. So that is really one of the biggest challenges that we have ahead of us. And it's going to take us quite some years to do all the tests to make sure that this is going to work. And then we have to capture it. We have to find this ball in Mars orbit. So Mars orbit is a big place. Space is a big place. And if you have a football that's flying around and our orbiter is going to be potentially some thousands of kilometers away, it has to detect where this little ball is in the blackness of space with the background of just twinkling stars. The Earth. So there's multiple challenges with this mission, which is a series of missions, and we just have to break it down into little pieces that are manageable. So when you think about Mars sample return as a whole, yes, it's scary. It's so many things that have to happen right for it to go well, to get those samples back onto the surface of the Earth, which is why we've divided up the problem into many different launches, many different space elements, and each one fitting with the experience that we do have from the roles between different agencies that could go away and develop their parts, but still they have to be coordinated and choreographed between the agencies so that everything eventually works together.
Why not just send people and let them bring the sample back? Isn't that easier?
Well, certainly if there were people there, they'd be able to pick up the samples and put them in their backpack and bring them home. But as we've talked about, people are much bigger than little samples, and people need things like food and air and other consumables to live comfortably on a journey to Mars on the surface and to come back. And all of that requires to be carried on rockets to Mars and back. And so therefore the scale of the endeavor is hugely more. We're talking about 10 to 100 times more stuff needs to be launched into space, landed on Mars, and brought all the way back just to keep these 4 or 5 human beings that you might send safe and comfortable and healthy over this journey. And of course, with robots, we don't have to do all of that in the same way. And so it's much easier to start on the small scale with robots, see that we can do all the individual steps the right way, and then we'll be much more prepared to scale up everything to take the human beings with us. And of course, human beings bring new challenges. How do we make sure that they are kept warm and comfortable and active, and that their muscles and their joints still work when they get to Mars? All of these things, how do they not go crazy, just stuck in a small space for 9 months on a journey to Mars with a few other colleagues? All of these things have to be also worked on before we are able to send humans to space. So it's on such a long journey to Mars. And so that's why we're starting with what is still a massive challenge, but hopefully a manageable one today, which is a robotic Mars sample return. And then eventually when humans do go, they will certainly be bringing back lots more sample when they come back. They will be doing a lot of exploration. They'll be able to grab hundreds of kilograms of samples and bring them back, just like they did from the moon. So we look to more exciting discoveries, of course, scientifically and others once humans are there. But we're starting with what we think we can manage today, which is a robotic sample return.
Cool. Now I see we've got a couple of questions coming in from the kids. One of the questions was, what are you hoping to get from the soil sample? And who's going to get a chance to analyze it? You see, the one interesting thing about space law is that if ESA sends up a rocket and the rocket lands on Mars, but it was a joint project between, let's say, Germany, Italy, and France, who actually has ownership over the soil, and who gets to release the results? What do you have to say about what results are they hoping to release?
So first of all, on the question of what do we hope to learn from these samples? So one of the big goals, of course, for Mars exploration is the search for extraterrestrial life. Has life developed in any form elsewhere off the Earth? We have not detected any such thing yet, but we believe that there's a good chance that life has developed elsewhere from the Earth, because we found conditions in the solar system and in the universe that would have been amenable to starting life as we know it. And the previous missions to Mars over the last 2 decades have really proven that there was a time when Mars, billions of years ago, had perfectly good conditions for life to exist if it had started there. But did it start? That's the question we're trying to answer. And it's a big question, because if life also started on Mars independently from the Earth, that means that there's got to be life all over the universe, because the Earth then is not just the only unique place in the universe. Already 2 planets in the same solar system, if they have independent origins of life, we can imagine that with the billions of stars in the universe, there's going to be life everywhere. So it's going to be a really profound discovery if that actually happens. So that's really motivating us to explore Mars, because Mars is not so far away. We can go often, and it's a good place to look for life. So that's one thing. But we also want to understand about the history of Mars, how it formed, how the atmosphere, which was much thicker and warmer, much more like Earth, how did that disappear? Why is Mars so cold now and so dry, like a desert? It doesn't have water on the surface. The atmosphere is very thin. Why are these things the way they are, even though Mars had different conditions before? So a huge change in its climate has occurred over the billions of years, and we're trying to understand that, because that will also tell us about how planets in the solar system, like Venus and like Earth, have changed in the past and might change in the future. So there's a lot to learn about the climate, the geology, where the rocks came from, how they formed, and of course the question of life. All of these things have been investigated to some extent with our mission so far, but we want to take that next step with bringing the samples back to answer many of the questions that still remain unanswered, because we are not able to put the best instruments onto the samples. So will we find life in these samples when we bring them back? We don't know, but it will give us a much better chance of finding it, if it's there, if we bring them back and are able to investigate it extremely deeply. So that's what we're hoping to understand, more about the origin of Mars, more about the origin of life. And also, it helps us prepare for humans going to Mars, because we know that there may be risks to human health working and living on the surface of Mars. For example, from the dust, Mars is very dusty place. It's like a desert. It has dust storms. There's fine amounts of red dust that fly everywhere, and that's what makes Mars look red. When you look at it in a telescope, it's a lot of fine dust. And when the astronauts go there, they're going to end up breathing in some of this dust. They're going to have to have spacesuits that can handle this dust on the joints. They have to have equipment they're going to use that may malfunction because of all this dust. So understanding, what does this dust look like? How does it behave? Is it going to be a problem for our equipment and our people, is really important. And if we can get some of this dust back at Earth, we can then test it out on things. We can probe it. We can look at it in a microscope. We can really prepare our equipment and our people for living and working in this environment. So bringing samples back also helps us prepare sending humans in the future more safely than if we didn't really understand what Mars was like on its surface. So that's why we want to do that. And with the question of ownership, well, this is not something that we're thinking too much about. What we have agreed, we are in a process of actually developing these agreements about how we're going to handle the samples once they come back, what kind of facility we're going to use to be able to safely handle these samples and do the science that we want to do, and how are we going to select the scientists that are going to have a chance to do the exciting experiments on these samples. Who's going to get a chance to do that? Where are these samples going to be distributed to all over the world to be investigated? These are all questions we don't have all the answers yet, but we are discussing between ESA and NASA how we're going to do this so that everybody has a good chance to have a share in the exciting results that are going to come. But one thing we want to make sure is that we're going to try to get the best science possible out of it. So we're going to open up the possibility to scientists from all over the world, not just European scientists or NASA scientists, but scientists from all over the world. If they can convince us that they have good science to do on these samples, they will have a chance to also be able to investigate them. So we really want to maximize the science that we can get by opening this up to as many scientists around the world as possible.
So if you're talking, let's say, 15, 20 years, am I correct in saying that we expect the first sample in the next, let's say, 15 years?
Yes, definitely.
Then that would mean that any child right now who is about 10 or 11 years old could be that scientist checking the sample.
Absolutely. This is one of the challenges of the mission. The people who are working on it now aren't necessarily the people who are going to be looking at the samples when they finally come back. So we have professors and scientists in universities around the world who are now already preparing the next generation, their postdoctoral students, or even, as you say, the students who are in high school today will be the ones who are going to have a chance to look at these samples when they finally come back in the early 2030s. And we will be investigating these samples not for a year or 2 years or 5 years. These samples, like lunar samples that came back in 1969 and in the early 70s, are still being investigated today, 5 decades later. So the Mars samples will similarly be investigated for decades to come. So children of today can expect to have a chance to look at these samples as well when they are finally scientists themselves in the future. And we need to prepare that future already today. So one of the big investments we need to do is not just the machines that go to Mars and bring the samples back, but on the instruments and on the people to make sure that they're studying the right things, that they're doing the right research, so that they have all the tools and the knowledge to give it a great shot when the samples are back.
Awesome. Now we've got a lot of questions. I'm going to try and pack a couple of the questions together. Sienna and Ava asked, is there a fear of something going wrong, and what is your biggest fear? And then Ava wants to know, how do you communicate with the rocket in space, and when will the rocket leave? If you combine that, the complexity of sending a rocket is already, I'm sure, a fear for you, because I mean, you put many, many millions of euros into building these things. You want to make sure that you didn't waste your time, that it's not going to explode or fail halfway to its destination. You need to make sure that if you're going to put that kind of money into a project like this, it's going to succeed. And then, of course, communicating with the rocket is tricky when it's so far away. How do you communicate with the rockets? Because obviously when they're on Mars, it's not like you can go to the nearest cell phone station and just connect with the little beacons. There's no infrastructure on Mars. So how do you communicate?
Very good question. It's one of the big challenges that we have with missions to Mars, because it's so far away compared to the moon. So on the moon, it takes our radio signals, and we use wireless radio signals, just like with your mobile phone communications. We use similar things with bigger antennas that can send these powerful signals. To the moon, it takes only about 1.5 seconds to get there and back. So you can communicate very quickly with any robots on the surface and see what they're doing. But with Mars, it can be anything between 15 minutes to go one way and 40 minutes if Mars is at its furthest distance. So there's no way you can, let's say, joystick a rover on Mars, because by the time you need to turn left to avoid the hole that you've just seen on your screen, well, 30 minutes ago, the rover's fallen into the hole already. So that's why robots that operate on Mars have to be able to operate on their own to a large extent. So what we tend to do is we tend to use orbiters, orbiting spacecraft that are in continuous orbit around Mars, as a kind of radio relay device. So the rovers on the surface, they have a very small communication system, so they can't talk straight to the Earth with the radio waves very well. So what we do is we have these orbiters serve as a relay point. So the rovers on the surface will send a signal up to the orbiter as it flies over a few times a day, and the orbiter receives those signals and then transmits it with much greater power, and has a much bigger antenna than the rover has, and it transmits that back to the Earth, and then we receive it on really big dishes. Something like 35 meters diameter dishes are used to receive this really weak signal all the way from Mars. So that's how we receive the data. And similarly, when we want to talk to the rover, we will send a signal, our commands, to the orbiter, and then the orbiter will relay that down to the rover. So that's typically how the communications is done. And because the orbiters are not constantly above the rover and can see the rover, we can only talk to the rover on the surface or the lander a few times a day, typically for once in the morning, where we tell the rover or lander, this is what you should do for the rest of the day. And then once in the evening, before the sun goes down, we have the rover talk back to us and say, okay, this is what's gone well. This is the data that I've gathered. These are the nice images I've taken. Here, it's all for you. So we uplink the data from Mars back to the Earth in the evening. And then the spacecraft usually goes to sleep because they are usually solar powered. So they only have enough energy to operate during the daytime. So that's typically the cycle of how we operate these rovers and landers on the surface of Mars at the moment. Because as you say, we don't have any dedicated communications infrastructure that is more advanced that can give us continuous communications. Now, that is one area that we see as really important for us to build up on in the next decade, because more and more spacecraft are going to Mars. Other countries other than NASA and ESA, now China have put a rover on the surface, India has an orbiter, the United Arab Emirates have put an orbiter around Mars, and there are more new countries that are interested in Mars exploration. So we think that there's going to be a huge number of missions coming in the next 10 to 20 years, and they're all going to need to talk back to the Earth, and they cannot all be sharing NASA and ESA's and China's own communication system, because it's going to be a bottleneck there. So we need to develop new communications infrastructure, and putting a set of dedicated orbiters around Mars in the right orbits can give us that communication infrastructure that will help us be able to talk frequently to the landers and rovers, as well as get back a lot more data, because we'll want to be sending video data back from the surface of the Earth, high definition television, especially once humans eventually get there. You know, you want to be able to have Zoom calls with astronauts on the surface of Mars one day, and that will require a lot of data. You'll need a good internet connection. And so we need to set up that infrastructure in the next 20 years to enable that to happen.
Well, I mean, I do know that a couple of the students who are in the audience today are probably going to be one of those astronauts. And I've booked the first Zoom interview. I'm just saying, if you are one of those students and you land on Mars, I am interviewing you from Mars, because I think that would be one of the greatest interviews ever. How often can you say that you've interviewed people on Mars? But now there was an interesting question over here, and this is also quite a big debate. And that is, you know, we are on, well, NASA's planning to go to the moon before we send people to Mars. And that makes sense to me. I understand that they want to attempt to get to the moon again, and let's do it thoroughly, and let's do it properly and see what we can learn. But then there's talk about using the moon as a base to then go from there to Mars. Is it such is it really like in the middle between the two planets that it makes it worthwhile to go and refuel at the moon? Or can we just go straight from Earth? Because, I mean, it's like, you know, if you want to go and visit, I'm just trying to think of an analogy. I mean, if you think of the distance between Earth and Mars, and you think the moon is just so close to Earth, does it really require us to go there and build infrastructure there to launch from there? Or does it just make sense to go straight from Earth?
Well, really good question, and it's a problem we've been thinking about for a long time, because there are so many different ways to do it, and there's pros and cons, there's benefits and disadvantages of each. And of course, on one side, we're all curious and excited about going to Mars, and we wish we could just go straight for it and not have to first go and set things up in the moon, take 10 or 20 years to do that, and then start on the journey to Mars. And I know especially young people can be impatient and want to do things as quick as possible. On the other hand, we see that there's huge benefits to learn a bit more about how living and operating on Mars will be here in a closer environment where we can get back to the Earth if we need to, if we have any problems from the moon, in a way that we can't do from Mars. And so maybe we can reduce the risks of going to Mars that first time if we spend a bit more time preparing through the use of low Earth orbit around the Earth as well as the moon. But of course, that's going to take more time and delay when we get to Mars. So there's definitely two schools of thought of, you know, which way is better to go. No one has decided for sure that this way is definitely the best way, but whoever's thinking about it has its own priorities on what it's trying to achieve and what level of risks they want to take, and also how much money that they have available to prepare to journey into space at a given time. And it's true that if we wanted to go to Mars as soon as possible, we'll need a large amount of money in a short amount of time. And it might be difficult to convince our governments to provide all that money in the short time to go and do that big leap straight away. So for people who have to raise the funds and convince the governments to pay, it may be easier for them to say, let's do it at a slower pace, and you can spread the cost out and show some short-term successes with landing on the moon and operating on the moon, and then build up people's confidence to the point where they'll be ready to pay that additional bill to then go all the way to Mars. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve there. So we have SpaceX, for example, who have the great ambitions and are building up sufficient funds through their commercial business that they may well, in a short time, have enough money and drive to just go straight there and do it. Whereas we have government agencies that may take a different approach. And, well, we'll see who's successful in the end. But technically, there's certainly advantages and disadvantages to trying to send a rocket directly to Mars versus trying to refuel on the moon first or in Earth orbit and then send it. So an analogy could be with plane flights. In the old days, planes were not carrying enough fuel to be able to fly from London to Sydney, for example, in Australia. And so we had to stop along the way in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia to refuel the plane, and then you'd get off, shake your legs a little bit, and then get back on the plane and then continue your flight. We could have spent 50 years not flying, trying to develop that technology to fly directly to Sydney from London. And we might have eventually done that, but people were impatient. They wanted to already start to be able to go. So they accepted having to stop along the way just to be able to do it earlier than later. And so this is what we're trying to do now as well. We think the challenge of going straight to Mars might be too great to pull off in one go in a short time. So let's try to take a stepping stone approach, go to the moon, understand all the systems and the operations we need to do there, build up that capability and that confidence, and then again, scale up to what we'll need to go even further.
Okay, so we've got time for 2 more questions. I'm just looking through the chat here to look at the questions. The first question is, obviously, Mars has got Mars quakes. They also have huge dust storms, although they're not dust storms as in hurricanes blowing things over, because the dust is very, very fine, but it can certainly damage all your equipment. And of course, they have volcanoes, do they not?
They have extinct volcanoes. We have not seen any evidence of live volcanoes on Mars.
Okay, but if they're having Mars quakes, anything is possible.
Well, we have detected with the InSight mission of NASA, which landed on Mars in 2018, with equipment dedicated to listen to tremors under the surface of Mars, detected for the first time what you've called Mars quakes, indeed. But these are very, very mild quakes. These are quakes that you would not even feel under your feet if you were standing on the surface of Mars. So there is something going on in the core of Mars, enough to detect with our extremely sensitive equipment, but they are nothing like what you know and imagine that you'd have on Earth with earthquakes, fortunately. So while there are Mars quakes, that is certainly not a problem that we're worried about for our astronauts in the future. In terms of dust storms, that is something that we're concerned about, not so much by the strength of the wind, because even though the wind is very fast on Mars at hurricane speeds, the air is so thin, 1/100th of the pressure on the surface of the Earth, that you would barely feel it. If you held your hand up high, you'd barely feel this wind that is moving at hundreds of kilometers an hour against your hand, because it's so thin. But it does have a lot of dust in it, and that's going to be blowing around, and that's going to stop you being able to see where you're going if you're an astronaut, if you're caught in a dust storm. And that dust over a long period of time can coat equipment, things like your solar panels, right? We'll want to be using solar panels to get power. And if the dust coats these solar panels, or if the dust blocks the sunlight from getting down to the surface, then you're not going to have the electricity from the solar panels, and that's going to be a big problem. So we'll need to understand how these dust storms suddenly start up better, so that we can forecast and predict the weather for dust storms and prepare. We can batten down the hatches and make sure the astronauts go back into their habitat, and make sure that we're now switching over to our backup generator using either nuclear power or some other source of energy that is not relying on the solar before this dust storm kicks in. So understanding the dust storms, how they originate, how long they're going to last, how bad they're going to be, is going to be really important to safely be able to operate on the surface of Mars. But we're going to have systems that can essentially operate even in these big dust storms while we wait them out, basically, and then we can get out again. So quakes are not a problem, but dust and the storms certainly are.
Well, just okay, this is between you and I, and I'm not saying I should take the credit for it, but I think you should put 2 fail-safe systems on your rover. One, a vibration device, so that when dust does land on it, you activate this vibration device once a day, and it just vibrates and all the dust comes off. And 2, you also implement a bubble of air. So when you are landing, for example, and you activate this, it blows a steady stream of air around the lenses of the cameras. So as it lands, you don't have anything interfering with you don't have any dust landing up on all your equipment, and then obviously interfering with your camera quality. Do you think those could work?
I'm taking notes, Steve, and we may have some new technology development activities coming up based on your ideas. Very good. Now, Seriously, that's those are things that we are already working on. We try to make sure we cover up lenses, for example, with shutters as we're landing, so that the dust doesn't get on it. And once everything is settled, we open them up. But we also are looking into capabilities to blow dust off equipment on the lander. So we've seen these natural dust devils on the surface of Mars, which are like little whirlwinds, tornadoes that come along and clean off the solar panels of the rovers that we have operating on the surface of Mars. We've seen this in many previous missions in the last 2 decades. So suddenly our power available on the rover just jumps up one day from the next, and we take some pictures and we see, wow, the panels are not so covered in dust anymore. So we know that that works. And so now we're designing equipment that could blow air, Martian air, onto the solar panels when needed in order to remove the dust. So we've not flown anything like that, but look out, one of the future missions may have a system that works like that, or a kind of windscreen wiper that might be able to just wipe the dust in one go straight off the panels. So dust cleaning systems is something important for the future. So far, we have not used them yet because we are not sure that they're really going to work. So what we've done is instead just try to make as big solar panels as possible so that when they do get covered, we still get enough energy. But many missions eventually aren't able to operate and do their science, or eventually die even because of the lack of power from these dusty panels. So it is something we want to solve, and certainly by the time humans come.
Welcome back, everybody. We have another great session coming up on utilizing resources. Of course, this is one of the most important topics if we hope to have sustainability on Mars or anywhere else in the solar system. We have to figure out how we can utilize the resources, by the soil, water, the atmosphere, finding ways to actually live off the land on the Mars, on the moon, or anywhere else we go. So without ISRU, we will not have sustainable human presence anywhere else other than on Earth. So very excited about this program. And before I introduce our moderator today for the panel, also want to mention right after this session, we will have another short break, a lunch break or breakfast break, depending where you are in the planet. So just remember, there'll be another short break after this session. But at any rate, today's moderator for the Utilizing Resources panel is Rick Davis. Rick's an old friend of Explore Mars. He works at NASA headquarters as Assistant Director for Science and Exploration in the Science Mission Directorate. As part of this job, he works to integrate the mission directorates, SMD and HEO, as well as STMD, to make sure we can move ahead efficiently as we're making plans to get back to Mars. Rick has also spent significant time at Johnson Space Flight Center and the Flight Operations Directorate. He was Space Station Capsule Communicator, CAPCOM, in 2003. He was lead CAPCOM for Expedition 13 mission and the Space Shuttle mission STS-119. Prior to this, Rick worked as Deputy Director for NASA operations at Star City in Russia. So he's his experiences goes on and on and on. He's had just a really storied career at NASA. As I mentioned, he's worked with us at Explore Mars quite a few times over the last few years, particularly on our Mars Achievability workshops. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce Rick Davis and his panel talking about utilizing resources.
Live here shortly, just for
okay.
All right, guys, here comes the video. Thank you for being part of this. Are we expecting Chris Carberry? Okay, well, I'll just get going here then, I guess.
I'm Rick Davis. I'm at NASA headquarters. I work on the Mars reconnaissance team. We are busily doing things that we need to figure out before we send human beings to Mars. And I am really thrilled to be hosting this panel today because ISRU is like a crucial step for enabling human space flight out to Mars. And we've got really some of the people who are advancing this incredibly fast. And it's really cool. So I'll do a quick introduction. Jerry Sanders. Jerry, can you wave? Jerry is the lead for ISRU at NASA, and he has been doing this for a long time. It's just a total creative force, and Jerry, it's great to have you here. Jerry will give us an overview of where we are with ISRU development that I think will be very cool to hear. Next, we have Mike. Mike, can you wave? And this is Mike Heck. He's a professor at MIT, and he's a principal investigator for the MOXIE experiment that was just successfully done on the Perseverance rover. And he'll to give us a tremendous overview of this. The MOXIE experiment is key because it's the first time we have ever done ISRU out in the solar system. And this was a test case that Mike has been totally advocating for a long time and really a driving force. And so it'll be really cool to get an understanding. The ISRU in particular is for oxygen, which is a major element that is needed for the return trip home for our crews in terms of having enough oxygen for the propellant. And so this is a major step. Next, we have got Chris Zachney, who's the Vice President of Exploration Systems at Honeybee Robotics. And if you ever want a guru who can tell you how to do drilling on a foreign body, Chris is your guy. And so he will give us some really cool stuff that they are doing right now in terms of enabling us to get below the subsurface on Mars and also to extract water from the planet, which is key because we need that hydrogen to produce methane. And so that's a very key enabler. So it'd be great to hear from Chris. And then Stephanie Boyce also is on the team today, and she's done some tremendous work in terms of ECLIS and also and she's with Paragon Space Development. And I like to talk about ECLIS because key here is we always think about pulling resources out of these extraterrestrial environments, but one of the things that's really key is to recycle what we're using too, so that becomes a very key resource. And so she'll bring that perspective. Plus Paragon is doing other ISRU work, and it'll be great to hear from that too. And so with that, I would just have one other thing. It's more fun for us if you all ask questions along the way, so please don't be shy about doing that. We'll meter it along, but it makes it more of a conversation, which is really cool for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jerry, and he'll give us an overview of all the efforts on this critical front. Jerry, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Rick. And I'd like to thank Rick and Chris and the organizers for allowing me to speak with you today about ISRU and how we're looking at going from the moon to Mars. So next chart. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, we look at the resources of Mars and what we can get from them to begin with. The primary resource is the atmosphere, primarily carbon dioxide with a little bit of nitrogen and argon. And Mike will talk about one of the key technologies for this area, but we can get oxygen as well as nitrogen for life support and ISRU from just the Mars atmosphere. However, as Rick mentioned, water on Mars is incredibly important for many reasons. We're looking at three kinds of flavors of water or types of water. One is the what we call the garden variety soil, the dust that contains something like 1 to 3 weight% water. There's also hydrated minerals, gypsum, sulfates that can be anywhere from 5 to 15% weight. A little bit harder material may require some breaking up and different excavation techniques. And then there's the subsurface ice, obviously high concentrations. You do need to go higher up in latitude. It may be deeper depending on what latitude you go to. And Chris will talk about one of the key technologies we're thinking about for that particular resource. The benefit, obviously, of water is water itself is great for crew and radiation shielding. You get oxygen and hydrogen, but when you combine them both, the atmosphere and the water, that's when you open up huge possibilities of different types of products that you can use across the board. Next chart. For the Moon to Mars program, especially for ISRU, we have 3 driving requirements and objectives. The first, obviously, being how do I sustain and grow human exploration on the moon itself through resource characterization, consumable production, and just basically learning how to stay and operate for long periods of time. But just as equally important is how do we use the moon to prepare for human exploration of Mars. So we're looking at what technologies can we develop that are applicable to Mars, the different operational experiences that we can have on the moon with our astronauts, with short time delays that will allow us to basically prepare for long-term operations without crew and very long time delays, and adding new capabilities that we might want to use on Mars, refuelable hoppers and shielding and such. And then the last part is expanding our economic sphere into space and revigorating that aspect. Next chart. Just to show graphically, a lot of the technologies that we are working on are common to more than one area. So I'm showing the 3 major paths, 2 on the moon, oxygen extraction from regolith and water polar mining, and the bottom one as Mars and water atmospheric processing. And you can see there are some unique technologies for each of these 3 paths, but a lot are common to at least 2, if not all of them. So we need to be smart in what we pick. We don't necessarily need to optimize for any one particular path if we step back potentially and see that kind of holistic approach. Next chart. So we have a evolution strategy to introduce ISRU and reduce the risk before we put it into some kind of a mission critical role, starting with understanding what the customer needs, the products, amounts, the quality, the quantity, knowing the resources that are there at the moon and Mars, demonstrating critical technologies on the ground first, and then in space and relative environments, and then eventually utilize it. And so what you're seeing here is a list of ongoing projects. Some of them are actually ongoing operational missions, those highlighted in red. And there's a few that are in italics that are either under consideration or planning, but not necessarily official at this time, but fall into this time frame of evolutionary approach. Next chart. I'm going to go through these 2 quickly. You'll have them to look at in longer term, but if we're just talking about oxygen extraction from regolith, the processes are fairly simple. MOXIE has already demonstrated 2 of the key steps, air squared's compressor, as well as the solid oxide electrolyzer, and basic dust filtration. While it's 1/200th scale of what we need for the Mars, it plays the trail of what we need. At the same time, we're working on a lot of the technologies at the scale that we need for human Mars exploration, and these are shown on this chart. So upgraded compressors, solid oxide electrolyzers, different types of dust filtration, and obviously oxygen and separation, liquefaction, and storage. Next chart. The exciting thing is if we actually go for both the Mars and the water resources and convert them into oxygen and methane, it is a much more complex system. But as you'll see in the green fonts on the outside of this chart, we're actually doing a lot with respect to oxygen extraction from regolith, polar water mining, and I have also included some life support activities that all point to how we can bring this kind of a system online. Next chart. And then in conclusion, if we're smart and we look at both of those destinations, we have different time frames in terms of production, different ascent vehicles. But interestingly enough, it turns out that we can make these systems semi-modular and have very similar production rates, whether it's oxygen or water processing on the order of 2 to 3 kilograms per hour. And so we really can demonstrate a lot of these technologies, make them modular, and then use them on Mars. And with that, I'll bring my presentation to a conclusion.
Okay, and Jerry, we have a question for you. So it's a great one because it's talking about power. And can you give the audience a sense of how much power is required to operate these systems as we're currently envisioning them, and what that means for Mars in particular, where you can have these dust storms that actually block out the sunlight and that sort of thing. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Yes. So power is actually a function of how much you want to make and how quickly you want to make. So depending on how long of a time frame you have, if you look at Mars Design Reference Mission 5, for example, I think we had something on the order of about 400 some odd days to make all the propellants, something like 20 to 30 metric tons for the Mars Ascent vehicle. And that turned out to be on the order of somewhere between 30 and 50 kilowatts. And that's a combination of electrical and thermal, depending on what you want to do. And so you'll hear a little bit more from Mike in terms of what he thinks the scale up of the solid oxide electrolyzer is, and Chris as well from an ice mining perspective. Now, we have primarily considered nuclear energy as our source for two reasons. One, it's a very condensed power source. The other is it does avoid the issues largely associated with the dust storms, having to have backup power systems under those cases. So that's NASA's strategy at the moment. Whether that turns, we use solar energy as well for different aspects. That's a big question.
And two other questions, Jerry, real fast, and we'll go on to Mike. So first one is the moon and Mars are different environments, as we sort of alluded to. So the moon, you have these, 2-week nights that have pretty severe thermal constraints and that kind of thing. How do those challenges affect the commonality of design from your perspective?
I mean, obviously, you do need to take into thermal control issues. You do need to understand the startup and shutdown sequences that will occur. For the moon, if we operate in the polar regions, we're hoping for very long sustained periods of sunlight with short eclipse periods. Depending on the power system, on the moon, we probably will shut down during those eclipse periods. So we need to basically be able to understand the startup and shutdown and the thermal management. The moon has a vacuum. So again, how you do your thermal management is slightly different. But in general, the main technologies are very similar enough. So a water electrolyzer, for example, I'm going to have to keep warm either on the moon or Mars because I don't want the water to freeze. So.
Okay, and then another question, which is actually a really cool one, which is the role of 3D printing in your designs and how evolvable. Have you all considered that much yet? And how evolvable as your designs go along? I realize there's a lot of testing you have to do on a design, but what is your current incorporation of 3D printing technology in your overall approach to IS3U?
It's being added on a case-by-case basis. So to begin with, we're understanding packaging efficiency can change with 3D printing aspects. So we're looking at it from that perspective. 3D printing could add some very interesting thermal management capabilities. So I wouldn't say there's a blanket statement of, I can convert a Sabatier reactor better or water electrolyzer. Those are going to be done, and solid oxide electrolyzers, those will be done certain ways. But, 3D printing can help with heat exchangers and fluid loops and things like that. So it's progressing.
Okay, cool.
I can add that Moxie is already using 3D printed heat exchangers, in fact.
All right, cool. Well, with that segue, we'll go on over to Mike, and Michael will give us an overview of his work on the MOXIE experiment, in particular, to actually extract oxygen from the Martian atmosphere. Mike, over to you.
Well, thanks both Rick and Jerry, who've contributed mightily to this
to this effort. I'm not going to use any slides just to be disruptive, because that's why we're here, right? To be disruptive. And I do plan to talk only about Mars today, starting with Moxie, but I would like to attempt to put Moxie in a broader strategic topic, at least for a couple of minutes. And there's lots of basic information, not only on the internet, and lots of slideshows if you want to see slides. Also, there's a pre-mission journal issue in the Reviews of Space Science that has an extensive summary of how Moxie works. So let me start with why we need Moxie. Most of you probably think the reason that we need to have oxygen to burn the fuel on an ascent vehicle to take our astronauts home from Mars. And secondarily, and I say that not from importance point of view, but from a quantity point of view, to allow astronauts to have an oxygen supply to breathe for that period of time. But in a more general sense, just about anything that uses chemical fuel for energy needs to breathe in some sense, whether it's an astronaut or a rocket, or your car or whatever. In case of astronauts, the fuel is food. In the case of the rocket, the fuel might be methane, as Jerry alluded to. So the relative quantity of oxygen you need for those purposes depends on how much energy they require. And the ascent rocket to take the astronauts home is the big player in that in that arena, and will need, as Jerry mentioned, 25 or 30 tons of oxygen for a crew of 4 on a typical mission. So how do we do this? How does it work? And just in a word, it's fuel cell technology. In fact, solid oxide fuel cell technology, which means layers of zirconia, based ceramics, each one of which then when heated up to 800 degrees C, acts as an electrochemical membrane, allowing you to separate oxygen ions. But it's fuel cell technology. We usually think of fuel cells as going in a different direction, where they produce electricity and they end up burning fuel with oxygen to make a product. But the same technology can run in the other direction, where it consumes electricity, starts with a stable product, and then produces oxygen and the fuel, in our case, carbon monoxide, just as readily. So that's will be important when you come down to utilization. The same technology that produces oxygen on Mars will also be able to use it to create electricity. So far, what we've accomplished is we've had 5 runs on Mars producing oxygen. It takes a great deal of energy for a mission that has very little energy to spare. The rover has about 110 watt power supply that we share with lots of other functions, including driving. So we store up all we can in a microphone, in a battery, run for a few hours, and then give somebody else a turn. So we do that about once a month. We did our first oxygen run, just straightforward, cautious, down the middle of the road. We did another one where we were a little less cautious. We made more oxygen, higher rate, and we also added the use of the system microphone to be able to have a characterization baseline for our compressor, because you have to collect all that carbon dioxide from Mars, from the very thin atmosphere. We literally, make oxygen out of thin air on Mars, and it takes quite a compressor system to collect it. So we listened to that with the system microphone. We then did a daytime run, because the air is less dense in the daytime, so it's there's less CO2 to work with. We did that, and we also tried out a new technique to help assess the purity of the oxygen by varying the flow, and both worked very well. They then went on and did another run with a new technique designed to help us measure in situ series resistance, series electrical resistance, which is critical for us to be able to control Moxie. And finally, the 5th run we did was the full version of that purity assessment, which involves varying the speed of the compressor while keeping everything else constant. So in the end, though, Moxie has been successful. It is in many ways the low-hanging fruit of the ISRU world. You don't have to go anywhere. to breathe, to breathe oxygen. We act like a tree. In fact, the capability of MOXIE, this 1 to 200 scale model, is about that of a small tree in terms of what rate it can convert CO2 to oxygen. Uses a very different chemistry, of course, but the same end result. CO2 comes in, oxygen comes out. It would be enough. Two MOXIEs on Mars would be enough to keep one of us alive, maybe not jogging down the road, but alive. So that's about how much oxygen we produce. As Jerry mentioned, technologies have been demonstrated at Air Squared and at Oxyon to scale up our 6 to 8 grams per hour into 2,000 to 3,000 grams per hour. And in the most common scheme for doing this, you would run this for about a year, collecting oxygen in a liquid oxygen tank. And then the astronauts would arrive shortly thereafter, and they would have their propellant system ready to go to take them home. We expect that full-scale system. The only reason we couldn't scale it up the only two reasons we couldn't scale MOXIE up to full scale on this rover, one is it would have been too heavy, and two is we wouldn't have nearly enough power. That's the more important one. But we expect that full-size system to be, about a cubic meter, the size of a small chest freezer perhaps, weigh about a ton, and require about 30 kilowatts to produce that 2 to 3 kilograms an hour. So just briefly, I know I've pretty much used up my time. I do want to suggest a framework for thinking about how to roll in ISRU into our exploration program. And starting with first point, just to state the obvious, the utilization of resources has to be commensurate with the infrastructure that we can put in place. So if right now for MOXIE, we think about present day technology, near-term robotic capability as we scale up, and eventually, in the not too distant future, human-assisted activities. That's our infrastructure. The second one has to do with how you choose what you want to exploit needs some metrics. And the historic relationship of all life on Earth with resource utilization has weighed three characteristics, in my opinion. One is proximity. You use what's nearby. Air is around all of us unless you're a bottom-feeding fish. So proximity is high for air. Accessibility, something may be nearby but not accessible. For example, there may be oil 10 meters under the ground where you're walking, but it still takes a fairly sophisticated technology to get at that. And so this proximity, accessibility, and the third principle is the complexity of utilization. So for example, you might be living on the beach, but being able to use salt water for nourishment is a very complex process for at least the land-dwelling animal kingdom. And so the proximity may be great, and you have to maybe have to go 10 miles to find fresh water, but that's what you're going to do. So proximity, accessibility, and complexity of utilization should be our major metrics. And the only third point I will make is I found it very useful. I'd be happy to elaborate on this, but I think there's no time. For organizing principle for thinking about ISRU is the one suggested by the ancient Greeks to describe the elements, where they said there's 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water. Well, starting with fire, it represents energy. Okay, it represents energy. And sunlight, which is fire, is one of the easiest things for us to utilize. Proximity, very good. Accessibility, maybe half the time, a little less if it's cloudy. Complexity, it's easy to use the sunlight to keep something warm. It's hard to use it to generate electricity. We do that. The second one, air. And of course, that's MOXIE. We're using it now. Complexity is high. Proximity is great. Accessibility, accessibility is very good. The third one would be water. Jerry talked about that. The proximity is generally poor for typical missions. If you're willing to go to permafrost, it can be pretty good for a high latitude mission. So proximity is good. Accessibility, well, you have to extract it. And so it might be nearby, but it still takes some work. And the complexity of using it depends what you're doing. If you're drinking it, You have to purify it. That's pretty easy. If you're making methane out of it, that's pretty complex. And the final one is Earth, and I think Jerry talked about that as well. Proximity is great. Accessibility, well, you have to dig it up, then you have to sort it out, and you have to separate the soil from the rocks. So medium. Utilization, that's hard. But there's lots of wonderful things we can do with Earth, from structural materials and radiation shielding to chemical and mineral feedstocks. So suggesting that as a paradigm, just to review, Earth, air, fire, and water is a paradigm, proximity, accessibility, and complexity as an evaluation tool, and stating the obvious, utilization needs to be commensurate with the evolution of our infrastructure. So thanks very much. Happy to take questions.
Mike, again, a big congrats on a successful demonstration. And then also a question from Raja. What are the technological bottlenecks to scaling up from where you are with Moxie to actually being able to support a 3-person mission with, providing the oxygen necessary for the Mars ascent vehicle?
Yeah, it's the things you would worry about, making it bigger, making it turn out to 2 to 3 kilograms an hour, are actually the most straightforward things. The harder things are, first of all, we'll run maybe 100 hours on Mars if we're lucky, actually making oxygen. This next generation system will have to run for 10,000 hours straight without stopping, in all weather, in all environments. So I think durability. I do not expect the Moxie we sent to Mars would run for 10,000 hours. We hope to find out in the laboratory. So durability will be a major challenge. It's hard to make mechanical systems run that long. The parts of the system the Moxie doesn't explore, such as liquefaction, and storage with no loss storage. That still has to be developed. So I think those are the technological bottlenecks, and the only one specifically that Moxie needs beyond durability is a much smarter and more robust control system. What we have now is simple, it's primitive. We drive down the middle of the road. To run 10,000 hours, we need something more adaptive, smarter, more AI, and that's a really, I think, a very attractive field for research and development.
Okay, and then Mike, one other quick question from John Rummel, who's obviously been very involved with Martian exploration for a long time. He mentions that CO2 will vary with the time of day, of course. And then when you all run Moxie, what about water vapor? Has that created any issues for you, or can you describe how that gets handled?
First of all, great to hear from you, John. It's been a while. Water, it would be wonderful if we had water vapor. One of the most difficult things about Moxie has been making a totally dry system. When you do this process on Earth, you generally do co-electrolysis with water vapor and CO2. And as it does in so many systems, water heals all ills, particularly with respect to materials. So the things we've been fighting would be far simpler if we had water vapor available. Unfortunately, we don't. So it's certainly not a problem, and would be welcome.
Okay, great. Then let's we have a few other questions, but we'll probably get to them towards the end. Let's go on over to Chris now. And Chris, can you give us an overview of what y'all are doing to access the subsurface and that ice?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Rick, and appreciate being invited. It's great to be part of the panel again. So Mike talked about technology that already has been demonstrated on the surface of Mars. And I'll talk more about technology that is in the pipeline. That's another enabling technology where Moxie is actually complementary technology. So both of them can provide methane, fuel, and obviously oxygen for rockets and supporting humans. Let's go to the next slide, please. Mike also alluded to this. It's not just about your resource, but it's more where you go has a function of a couple of other things. First one is elevation. If you haven't noticed yet, most of the missions to Mars have been in the northern hemisphere because elevation has been lower, so you have more time and more atmosphere to slow you down. And that's very important in the extremely thin Martian atmosphere, having more time and more drag to slow you down. Second, you should be sub around 40 degrees north to take advantage of sun. Um, you will have nuclear power, but also having sun is really important to keep yourself warm and get additional energy from some solar. Secondly, rocks. It's very, very hard, obviously, to land on rocks, which are meter in dimensions. If you're looking at the Perseverance and the Elliott Curiosity rover, um, they were looking for areas which are free of rocks, and eventually, when they would sort of streamline landing to have something that has almost a void of rocks. It's all about avoiding rocks. Slopes, it's obvious, it's very difficult to land on something that's very steep. And finally, it's not just one mission. We're going to be establishing entire villages and cities and towns. So you have to have the capability to land in proximity of each other many, many times. So if you look at all the different scenarios and locations on Mars, there are few locations that meet these criteria, and one of them is actually Arcadia Planitia. And on the right hand side, we see dirt essentially overlaying 100 meters of glacial ice, and that's exactly where we want to go to the areas where that can give us tons and hundreds of tons of water. We want to essentially put a well on the surface of Mars. Next slide, please. So to do this, for the past few years, literally 50 feet away from me, we've been developing a system called Red Water. And I come from industry. I used to work in a mining industry, and this was a really great experience because I learned what works, what doesn't, and very often things that you think they should work, they actually don't. And there is nothing better than a test of time. Technology that you see in a Home Depot survived test of time. It has proven itself every single time. That's why it's still in a Home Depot. The technology that didn't survive, people cannot make money on, and it doesn't exist. So instead of coming with some clever ideas, what we decided to do is literally steal from things that have been deployed successfully here on Earth. And there are two systems. First one is cold tubing drilling. It's a drilling approach used every single day in oil and gas. You have steel or composite pipe, 1 to 3 inch diameter, that's rolled on a big drum. And to drill, essentially, you have something called injector that straightens this pipe into something super straight like a drill pipe. And at the bottom, you have bottom hole assembly with drill bits, with motors and the percussive system if needed, and so on. So we decided to use this particular system to allow us to drill deep. Now, to extract water, we turn our attention to something called Rodwell or Rodriguez well. It's essentially a pump and a heater that warms up ice, melts ice in the South Pole of Antarctica, and then pumps water to the surface. So we made some modifications to this to work better on Mars, but the underlying principle is pretty much the same. So Red Water is essentially a combination of the two high technology system that's being used every single day, and our job was to turn these two into Martian system. Next slide, please. The CONOPS is relatively straightforward. On the left-hand side, you have on top you have a drum, you have a bottom hole assembly. At the bottom, we're drilling down. We just like we do on Earth, we're using compressed gas to blow the cuttings out of a hole. And the compressor that Moxie is using is actually first step to do it. Compressor from Moxie could be used to compress Martian gas and help us drill. Once we get to the icy soil or ice, we inflate a packer. We start rotating a drill bit. We inflate the bottom hole, the cavity with pressurized gas, and we start melting. Once we melt enough water, We repressurize the borehole and open the valve, and water, just like a geyser in Yellowstone, flows to the surface of Mars. Very, very simple. And it works. Next slide. So here is actual hardware. So on the left-hand side is cold tubing. So it's on a drum, bottom hole assembly, and the close-up of the injector system. These are a couple of essentially spoolers or pulleys that physically deform the tube. If you take a close-up of the tube on the right-hand side, you can see that right on top there are no markings, and right towards the bottom there are markings. It's a really physical process of essentially plastically deforming the steel or aluminum or titanium pipe, and it's the forces that we apply are sufficient to cause this deformation, and we need around 0.5 kilowatt to do this, so it's not a low power system. Next slide, please. Melting ice, we put a dye, so actually you can see the melt pool being forming, and that was successful. Next slide. And we also put the red water inside the Mars chamber, right in the center, and we drilled in a meter of ice. Again, we created melt pool to show that this technology exists. It does work, and then we pump water to the surface to show that we can actually pump it under the. So far everything has been successful. We've done based on the data that that we have gathered. Next slide, please. We actually developed next year L6 system, which is being developed right now, and the scaling laws. Initially this was supposed to be designed for like 16 tons of water on Mars, but with the scaling laws and modeling, we can actually do 1 ton of water per day. So it's significant amount of water. The only thing we need is power. Once we have sufficient power, we can scale it up and provide a lot of water. So you not just drink it, but you can actually take a bath on the surface of Mars. Plenty of water. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, Chris. And a couple of questions for you in the interim. And then, we obviously have a lot of experience with rod wells in Antarctica, but that's in a pressure environment. Mars has very low pressure outside and also has very cold temperatures. What challenges does that create for this sort of system, and how careful do you have to be to seal the system off from the environmental conditions that it's operating in?
Yeah, good question. So we did some modeling, and in fact, temperature, in 20, 30 meters on the surface of Mars is relatively similar as the temperature, in Antarctica, around -40, -50 C. So we're not talking about, 100 degrees centigrade difference. We're talking about tens of degrees centigrade. So we essentially in the ballpark in terms of this. Concerning pressure, so Martian Northern, planes, they have a, atmosphere above triple point of water, but we do not rely on that. We essentially sealing the system with a packet. It's a really good seal, and then we pressurize the borehole. Is it perfect seal? No, absolutely not. And nothing is perfect. But we decided that it's better to use Mike's compressor and keep on compressing Martian air, as opposed to coming up with some very complex sealing system. So we have to, we have to take into account that stuff is not going to be perfect. It's not going to be 100% efficient, and we'll account for it. But to solve this, sometimes the best way to do it is to overpower it. Brute force, very often works. Okay. And that's we brute forcing it here.
All right, cool. And then another question, and maybe to you or to Jerry. So you bring up metric tons of water with these kinds of systems. What is the current strategy for storing that water? you probably don't want it freezing. So that sort of implies, assuming that's correct, a constant energy lean. Jerry or Chris, can y'all talk to that?
Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, it may be a little of both. So it depends on the extraction rate of the water that Chris does versus the production rate of the oxygen and fuel that we're trying to make. If the two are in sync, then we would like to keep the water as liquid form and transfer it and process it close to on demand, maybe a day or two kind of balancing act. However, Chris brings up a very interesting point that you may be able to extract huge amounts of water and store it for a period of time and then use it on a case-by-case basis. And so the energy that we need to mine the water, say it's a nuclear reactor and it uses both the thermal and the electrical energy, well, maybe that's done for 3 or 4 months, and then that nuclear reactor goes somewhere else and we stop mining water for a period of time. So at that point, yes, we may let it go to a solid and just have a very simple bladder tank for that matter that allows you to freeze it and then rethaw it, very lightweight. So there are schemes that we would consider in both of those directions, I think.
Okay, cool. And one last question is the human in the loop. A lot of drilling operations on this planet have a lot of humans involved with it. So I guess maybe for Chris, can you talk about how important, particularly when you're talking scaled up systems, having a human in the loop is?
Yeah, I think that the best answer I can give you is if you look at the Perseverance rover. Very first drilling that the team has done is fully autonomously. Okay, they placed the drill on a rock, they drilled to the bottom, they performed robotic operations on a rock, they pulled the drill out, they docked the drill with a bed exchanger, they pulled the tube out, they did measuring on a tube, sealing of the tube, and they placed the tube in a storage compartment. Everything fully autonomously. Not a single callback home for any input. So these sort of missions, they pave the way for future fully autonomous robotic system. And when I heard that all of this was done fully autonomously in a single soul, I was amazed. Okay, the robotics and what the team has achieved, in terms of controls and automation, unbelievable, out of this world. Okay, unbelievable.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. And now we'll go over to Stephanie. Stephanie is going to talk a little bit about recycling efforts because that's a key resource that we shouldn't ever forget going all the way out to the Mars, and also the other ISRU efforts at Paragon. So Stephanie, over to you.
Yep, thank you. Okay, if we could go to the next slide. So I'm just going to start by briefly introducing our company, Paragon Space Development Corporation. Our specialization is in life support and thermal control. So as Rick mentioned, we'll touch on ECLIS, environmental control and life support systems, that we have a lot of heritage in. So we're a 28-year young company. I like to call us a big, small company because we're about 190 people strong right now, and growing very quickly. So with this experience in developing ECLIS systems for space, we've actually translated that into quite a bit of work in the ISRU realm. And so I'll be touching on a little bit of that today. We could go to the next slide. Okay, so I just wanted to mention that Paragon participated in this 2018 community-wide study to develop a commercial lunar propellant architecture. And so I'll walk through that very briefly, and how Paragon's expertise fits into that. But the main findings of this report were that we did develop a method for this robust lunar ISRU ecosystem, and it's kind of a perfect fit for us for this presentation to come at the end of all this panel discussion, because I think we demonstrate what a precious resource, how difficult it is to mine resources for very long exploration in space, how we really need to start on the moon, develop those technologies, leverage them for us to get to Mars. And so I will, yes, so I will, if we go to the next slide, I'll get into that process a little more. Okay, so very big picture, we've touched on the lunar mining operation. So very key to this process, we've talked about how important water is. So if we're going to develop systems to extract lunar water and then utilize it as an oxidant and a propellant, the first major stage that you can see here on the left is the mining operation, which Chris has touched on. And then Paragon's expertise is more in this top right box, which is the actual processing of the water once it has been mined, and the separation and purification of water. So if we go to the next slide, we'll touch on that a little bit more. So when we're going through the mining process, the goal is to really minimize the amount of volatiles. So obviously we're not capturing pure water from water ice on the moon, for example. So I'm going to touch on 4 of the different programs that Paragon has related to ISRU work, but we mainly are focused on this water capture, condensing, storing with minimal volatilization, with minimal volatiles from the surface as much as we can minimize that. But then again, our expertise and how we've, if you think of on a spacecraft, part of our expertise is the processing and recycling of water within a human manned spacecraft, for example. So we've leveraged that water processing technology into lunar water processing demonstrations. And so that comes from the water purification, electrolysis, and then the individual separation purification of water and oxygen. And we also have systems that we're developing for storage of those technologies. Okay, next slide. So focusing in on the mining aspect, we've actually got a phase 2. I'm remiss in not updating this, but it's now a phase 2 program called Icicle, which is an optimized cold trap for this purification on a very coarse scale of the water that we would extract from the lunar surface. And so I just want to mention that if you're interested in learning more about these programs, they have been presented in greater detail at the recent ICES conference, the International Conference on Environmental Systems. So feel free to go there and look up those papers for more information. Okay, and then on the next slide. So the 3 other programs that we have related to this, the main one is the IHOP system. So again, even though it's just this small arrow between water purification and electrolysis, it's a really critical step. So you can imagine we're trying to purify water and remove very low levels of these volatile organic materials and inorganic materials. So although that seems like one tiny step, there's really a lot of effort involved in the process of it. And so my expertise is actually in that water purification step. So one of the key technologies that Paragon uses is an ionomer water processor technology. And so that's the same, it's a perfluorosulfonated material. We actually, it's used also in hydrogen fuel cell materials, but it's kind of has these really amazing properties to transport nearly exclusively water while separating out a lot of contaminants. And so that's the key technology that we use in this water processing step in the water purification. Just briefly, also wanted to mention some of the other programs that we have. So another phase 2 is the ellipsoidal propellant tank. So when we, we're going through all this effort to mine and purify water. So as has been touched on previously in these presentations, we need to be able to store it and protect it. So that's where the EPT program comes in. It's a soft goods device for cryogenic fluid storage, and then the Celsius program, which is once we've mined these very precious materials, we want to be able to protect them from orbital debris. And so that's another program that Paragon has related to that. And so in the interest of time, I will wrap up and be happy to answer any questions.
So Stephanie, we have a question here. I'm going to update a little. So the question is from Jorge, and he goes, "How are we going to deal with human waste?" But I'd like to kind of maybe amplify on a little bit. Obviously there's urine and there's feces, and I love Jerry's answer. It's an in situ resource, which is great. But can you kind of walk through the current state of technology, and maybe Jerry should chime in too, about recycling? What are the challenges, and what would you envision on a deep space mission, say all the way out to Mars, in terms of trying to get to what Jerry says, that it truly is a resource? Maybe you can talk to that a little bit.
Yes, I don't know if people were aware of this already, but that's actually the specific program that I lead at Paragon, or one of them, is part of the brine processor assembly, which is a piece of spaceflight hardware that recently got installed on the ISS. So human waste is definitely, to Jerry's point, an in situ resource, and we are not throwing. The intent is really to regain as much material up from it as you can. And so on the current technology on the ISS, they have quite a few systems for processing their urine, as well as removing, just their regular exhalation, the condensation within the cabin, recovering that water and reutilizing it on orbit. So current state of the technology is between 75 and 90% recovery and recycling of water on the ISS. And so the brine processor assembly actually takes the already processed urine, once it's been processed by the urine processor assembly, and they've already recovered 85 to 90% of the water. And our system, which uses that same ionomer water processor technology, can recover, we've demonstrated, up to 95% of that remaining water. So human waste is absolutely an in situ resource, and we're doing everything we can to recover, again, the very precious resources from it. Like nothing's going to be wasted on a long-term mission to Mars.
Cool. And Jerry, anything you want to add to that? Because I know you've thought about that for a long time.
Yeah, we've thought about more the solid waste than necessarily the urine waste. There are issues with handling and using human solid waste, but in general, we have been looking at trash and waste as a good carbon and hydrogen source, especially on for the moon, which may be carbon poor. So we've looked at processes like trash to gas, where during in-space activities, you pyrolyze it or oxidize it or steam reform it, and get CO2s and hydrogens, and you can either run that through a resist-jet and get some level of propulsion capabilities. You could convert it into hydrocarbons for fuel. Definitely, we're looking at the fact that in the long term, we don't want to bury it or throw it overboard. And I think John Rummel brought out, hey, you could use it for potentially plant growth and such. So yeah, it's something that, we're currently looking at like 30-day-ish missions on the moon. But when we start talking about hundreds of days of transit and thousands of days on the lunar Mars surface, we obviously have to go beyond just burying it.
Okay, cool. And then Jorge had a follow-on question, which is how much power is needed to do with this system Stephanie's got? It's tens of watts, but she notes it's an open loop system and we're working to optimize it. And there is actually a really cool question here about producing meat on Mars, which is, and from many perspectives, not a super efficient way to produce a food source. But it does beg the question, which is eventually, once we have more of a permanent presence on the second planet, we will shift to agriculture. And I'll start with Jerry and see if anyone else has any. Jerry, what does that mean in terms of using local resources from your perspective to enable some sort of evolution of agriculture, including even potentially the production of meat or meat substitutes?
I think it opens up possibilities. As I pointed out in the discussion, when we're talking about ascent propellants, we're talking tens of metric tons of product. For small crews, obviously the amount of oxygen and water and nitrogen, for a crew of 4, 6, or 8, is fairly small. So it's like the boil off of some of our tanks. But it does open up the trade space for life support. So Stephanie, talks about how do we close the loop and reuse everything as much as possible, which is important if you are a closed system. But ISRU now brings in the possibility of adding things from the outside. So it changes the mindset. When I could travel a few years ago, I was at a National Academy of Sciences uh, workshop, and they talked about 3D printing of food, meats, and things like that. So that opens up a whole different possibility for human exploration than just bringing cows, say, or and I love the idea of not just taking a shower, but if I have several metric tons of water, do I have a salmon pool or something like that? That just is exciting to me.
That's cool. And Jerry, can you talk about this idea a little bit more of the 3D printing of meat?
No, completely outside my field. I happened to be in the room at the time and thought, wow, this is fantastic.
Okay. All right, cool. And then I would like to open that up to the rest of the panelists real fast. Any thoughts on the evolution towards some sort of agriculture capability on Mars? Anybody have any additional thoughts about that?
Well, it's in terms of producing oxygen, it's potentially a viable alternative to have plant life of some sort, whether it's as simple as algae that's a good oxygen producer. Actually growing things, there were people back when we did the Phoenix mission, we looked at the minerals in the soil and they were pretty good, but there's a lot of perchlorate, which can be toxic. But then again, you can grow plants for agriculture hydroponically just as well, and then all comes down to having water. One of my favorite biological applications on Mars, which I hope to see someday, is a biological reactor to turn perchlorate into electricity.
Interesting.
Can be done on Earth.
Yeah. Very cool. Anyone else have any other thoughts on that? Okay, and then there was Jerry, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry. One more thing.
Yeah.
NASA has funded the Center for Utilization of Biological Engineering in Space, or CUBES. I would ask the people to take a look at it because they are looking at biological processing of the soil and how to support, synthetic biology and plant growth on Mars. And so there are very interesting research going on there. It's in its 4th or 5th year of 5-year institute activity.
Cool. And then one last question from Katrina, and then we'll wrap up. Jerry, and at this, or actually it might be for Chris too. It's from Katrina, and she's talking about storing water ice at the surface was subject to sublimation loss. Can you just address that question and how that would be handled?
Well, again, I said we would just put it into inflatable bags.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and I could add, it's actually, if you work the numbers, it's no worse than the problem on Earth. Yeah. So igloos sublimate too, but they work.
All right, cool. All right, guys, thank you so much. And we want to thank everybody out in the audience for these tremendous questions. This is really a key area in the future, and we need a lot of ideas. And so hopefully many of you all out there will help us figure these really cool problems out. So to Jerry, Mike, Chris, and to Stephanie, thank you so much for supporting the panel today.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Rick, Michael, Stephanie, Chris, and Jerry for a spectacular session. Once again, always one of my favorites. Thank you for that, and one of those essential capabilities for sustainability anywhere beyond Earth. So thank you for that. We're going to go into a 45-minute break now. So I hope everybody will come back at 1:45 for a panel called How Exploration Improves Life on Earth, and Dr. Tiffany Vora from Singularity University will be moderating that. Really great panel, so definitely come back. But in the meantime, I hope you have a good lunch, dinner, breakfast, whichever part of the world you're in. So see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to our afternoon session at the 2021 third day of the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit. Our upcoming panel is how space exploration benefits us here on Earth. So it's one of my very favorite topics and one of the topics I like to talk about, well, as often as possible, because there are so many different ways space exploration has benefited us and will continue to in a great way over the next few decades. Leading this panel is Dr. Tiffany Vora, who is an educator, writer, research scientist, and entrepreneur. She's the vice chair of medicine and biology at Singularity University. She earned her undergraduate degrees in biology and chemistry at the New York New University, working on cutting-edge drug discovery technologies at Bristol Myers Squibb. She has her PhD from the Department of Molecular Biology at Princeton, which was funded by NASA. She actually did some work with the Mars Society, where she designed and supported biology and health-related research with their simulation and environmental experiments, I'm assuming at ISRU and FMars. Also at Singularity University, previously she was a full-time Singularity expert, director of Singularity Global Ecosystem of Experts and Thought Leaders. So ladies and gentlemen, Tiffany Vora.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today. We're absolutely delighted to be with you. I'm Dr. Tiffany Vora. I am the Vice Chair for Digital Biology and Medicine at Singularity University, and also a fellow at the Geotech Center for the Atlantic Council, where I'm looking at how technology and policy come together for people, prosperity, and peace. Now, speaking of people, prosperity, and peace, today our conversation is going to be a really great one, I think. It's going to be about how space research is benefiting us today here on Earth and how it will continue to benefit us in the future. I'm joined today by 4 panelists from all around the world. We're going to start off by having each of them introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about the work that they've done that has brought them here today. And then from there, we'll be taking questions from each of you. Don't forget to put your questions in the Q&A. We're going to have those coming to our panelists throughout our conversation, so don't save them to the end. And let's get started. Jason, would you like to start us off today?
Happy to. Thank you so very much. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Great to be on this panel. I am currently the NASA program executive for the SBIR and STTR programs. So that stands for the Small Business Innovation Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer Programs. These are amazing programs. NASA in FY20 awarded over $150 million to over 500 small businesses across the United States to develop technology for the space mission. It's been a real privilege to be back at NASA. This is my 3rd time at the agency, so I've been in and out. Started some businesses of my own, consulted, and really am eager to be able to lead this program where we have an amazing team that is out working with our subject matter experts within the space program to figure out what the technical challenges are that we can apply small business ingenuity to and provide funds to American business across the US. Super exciting when I think about what's possible. We have 8 small businesses that are actually on Mars with the Perseverance rover right now. So there is a real opportunity for small business entrepreneurs to be a meaningful part of the space program. Why don't I leave it at that? Really eager to dig in and have conversation with the panelists and answer a wide-ranging set of questions I hope we'll get from you in the audience.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mohsen, would you tell us about yourself?
Thank you. And again, it's an honor to be here with you guys and sharing the platform and hopefully giving a little bit insight to what the UAE has been doing, a young country that is only 50 years old. So I'm part of the Space Center here in the UAE and Dubai's Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, working as a mission systems engineer. And my role has been changing depending on the phase we are, and just gaining experience as much as we can, knowing that this is the only and the first interplanetary mission and for the region. The knowledge that we needed to gain, how we got there, and hopefully it is something we can discuss here and how it's actually benefiting the UAE as a young country and also the region, and how we actually starting to see those benefits, and how the whole mission, as the name hope, that's the name of the mission, to give hope to the young generation here, and hopefully the coming youth of the country and the region as well. I'll stop at that, and hopefully we can have a really fruitful and a good discussion here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Shireen, tell us about your work.
Absolutely. I am Shireen Reza. I'm the CEO of Astrius. We are the first commercial company that's focused particularly on astronaut nutrition and food in space. And so, Mohsen, I'm really excited to see UAE going up there because something that we champion is diversity. And food is very special because it's one of the elements that brings people together, regardless of what your race, religion, ethnicity, or geographic location is. And so, to that extent, it's been quite interesting. We've had the opportunity to speak with many astronauts, and on our team, we have former NASA astronauts. Our chef has worked in 3-star Michelin restaurants. For us, it was really important to have a broad range. So everything from bone biologists to scientists who've been working on space life support systems. And for me personally, as an entrepreneur, the challenge that I found most interesting is when it comes to space nutrition, it's not just a matter of calories in, calories out for astronauts. It has been noted that over even short duration missions, about 20% of the food isn't eaten and enjoyed by astronauts. And at the end of the day, if you are only taking in 80% of the necessary energy requirement to function, it's okay for short periods of time. But when we're talking about deep space, long missions, it does become a serious challenge. And one of the core reasons is an astronaut must be at peak performance, both mentally and physically. In fact, astronaut training is more arduous than Olympic athletes who are training. So for us, we peel back the layer and understand what is it that poses this great challenge. And overwhelmingly, the answer has come back to flavor. There are quite a few obstacles when it comes to food tasting delicious in space. And so we really unravel that. And what we've realized is when you look at flavor, so much of what you're tasting is actually what you're smelling. And during COVID, we could understand that a lot of people said that they can't really experience flavor because they can't smell very much. So we dig into the science and understand how you can create food that is nutritious. And at the end of the day, when it comes to bringing that technology back on Earth, there are many challenges that could be overcome. And I'm looking forward to discussing that further on this panel.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And Lawrence, tell us about yourself and what you're working on.
Well, like Jason, I'm a 3-time NASA or NASA contractor returning. It's so great to see you guys so enthusiastic coming out. I remember when I was 25, 26 years old and I got into the program and I was just thrilled beyond belief. I've written several books about this. It's an amazing feeling when you first start out. By way of background, the very first job I had with NASA was designing a post-landing ventilation system on the command module to keep, quote, moon bugs from getting out and giving us all a disease, which we all well to know what that looks like now. And there were certain steps. I'm going to go through some slides to show you those steps that were taken way back when in 1967 as to how you could stop these moon bugs, which at the time I thought was a joke. I mean, moon bugs on the moon, please. Anyway, from there I went on to be on console at Mission Control for Apollo 11. I wrote a program that was able to predict the metabolic rate and consumable usage on spacesuits in real time, which was critical because you don't have a gas gauge. You can't tell you when you're out. And to manage during an EVA on the Apollo missions was absolutely critical. So we had to know how much time was left, and we had to know it accurately. So built a human body model, built a spacesuit model, thermal model, and used that to elevate my status to get me on mission control. Quite a thing. And then after that, I worked on the space shuttle, which at the beginning I thought was, what's this? It's going up, it's going down, it's going up. We've been to the moon. Why are we doing this? So it took a while to realize just how significant that was. I was part of the team that put the tiles on. So I was intensely involved with 1,200 people on the tile and the Space Shuttle Columbia build. And then I left. I got all kinds of things happened, and I went into private industry. I worked on, believe it or not, a sports bra made from the spacesuit material, and all kinds of interesting other crazy things. And then I got the urge to teach after a while, and I went to UC Berkeley to teach for a while. And that led to a postdoc. And that postdoc at NASA Ames was spacesuits for Mars. And it was the first serious look at spacesuits for Mars. And that kind of leads me to where I am now is what's so different about a spacesuit for Mars, and what can it do in terms of improving technology and improving benefits on Earth quite a bit, as you're about to see. I've got a video to show you. So that's about 3 minutes of a 50-year career. Tough to capsulize, but there it is.
So should we go ahead and show your movie?
Oh no, that's going to be at the end. It's going to be in these slides. I'd love to show it now, but no, it has to fit in the slides that I'm doing, so you can see how it got to where it is.
Okay, so we're going to have a bit of a teaser there then. So Lawrence, you've done a great job of setting us up for the first question that I have for our panelists. And that is, we all know about Velcro, we all know about Tang. What are some other innovations that have come from the space industry back to Earth? Jason, given your work with SBIR as TTR, why don't you kick us off?
Great. Thanks so much. There is, I need to put a plug in because we've got a new public partnership with our tech transfer office. And so our spinoff.nasa.gov site, there's a section now with small business where you can go and see great stories of what small businesses have developed and then spun out into the marketplace. And so one of those, I don't know if y'all are familiar, it's been quite some time that we've been talking about aerogels. Aerogel, super light material, thought to be able to use to capture stardust. Well, it turns out that it's an incredible insulation driving $100 million industry, small business connection right there. What is particularly exciting, I think, in this day and age, and I don't have the illustrious career that Lawrence does. When I left NASA the first time in 2001, it was driven primarily by the primes. And now you can see this renaissance in the space sector. Small sats proliferating the low Earth orbit, capturing data sent back down to Earth, where numerous people now have access to and ability to crunch on that data and come up with applications and solutions to the problems that we face. And so whether it's comms, instrumentation, small sats themselves, we've got small sat launch companies, like incredible what's happening in this day and age, 2021. And later tonight, the first private sector launch of all non-astronaut citizens flying. Amazing, amazing time. So I think check out the site. You can get into details. What I get so excited about is the opportunity that is possible now as the space sector has really cracked wide open and is limited, I think, really only by our imagination.
Wonderful. Thank you for bringing up the issue of these satellites. I mean, I live in California. We have a serious, serious fire problem. And I know that a lot of the fire mitigation and fire prevention work that is trying to make life livable for us here in California, let alone make it better, is coming on the backs of all of this space innovation and then the computation that back ends it. So wonderful. Thank you for that. Mohsen, you had mentioned about links with life in the UAE. What are you seeing about products and innovations or even services that are enriching life where you live?
Yeah, so I mean, if I try to maybe link it to, what the space has done for the UAE in specific, we come again from a region that it's, when you look at the map, we are not in the friendliest neighborhood, where the youth, the option that they have, it's not here. The option if you wanted to be inspired and be into innovation, unfortunately, back when I was a student back in school, we had limited options. And I think it got clear to the UAE's government that, okay, it's time to change that. And it's time to, inspire the youth and to stop the immigration of the young nation or the young youth that we have here, the smart ones, and going, abroad when we can actually try to have a facility for them here, right in the region. So that's the starting of the Mars mission, the Emirates Mars mission, and that's the name. It was assigned to hope, bringing hope back to the region, and showcasing that if a country as young as the United Arab Emirates is able to do something like this in 50 years, like the country's only 50 years, then it should be done by all the countries, if that makes sense. And we understood the limitations that we had. We understood where the knowledge is needed, and understood that partnership is really important as well. And that is why we were partnered with 3 universities in the US to basically teach us and do the knowledge transfer and mainly, get this going. And that was the beginning of this exploring deep space. And from that, I think the country and the government saw the benefits of exploring Mars or exploring space in general, and it started the initiative of the human space flights. And we have astronauts now, and that we have, I think, a pool of four astronauts, 2 that have been fully trained, 2 more that are recently being trained. We have the first female astronaut as well that got assigned. And the impact that we see now is that the mind shift that we have from the students, from the young generation, again, as I mentioned, the kids, they want to know what they need to do to be able to be part of this. They want to know what they need to study. Science previously was not an interesting field for many university students, because you would normally end up just being a teacher and there's nothing else for you to do. Versus now you get to be able to have a good impact and real research that on things that previously was not an option. The mind shift, I think it's something you would see on the long term, but we started seeing that. And also when it comes to the economy, if I want to talk about the economy, how this mission itself has brought in companies in the UAE to be able to support such missions as well for the future, as a follow-up mission on the different missions that the Space Center has. So it's truly, the space it's a really unique and great place here in the UAE. We have a ministry that is taking care of science and technology, with the space being one of the main things that they're working with. So we understood how important this is, and we're making sure that we continue. And on the long term, the UAE has a vision of they call it the Mars City 2117. It's something not for me, it's for my kids and grandkids probably, but it's just how serious the government is on laying out a 100-year plan. It was back in 2017 when this plan was there, that by the year 2117, we want to have a colony on Mars. The end goal, it's the colony, but it's also having the steps and what should we fill in the gap to be able to, in 100 years, to reach that place or that goal.
Well, I definitely love this idea of long range thinking, moonshot planning, and backcasting to figure out what do we need to do when in order to hit this really great goal. Thank you for sharing all of that. There's also a thread that I want to pull on, Mohsen, that you mentioned, which is this idea of diversity and inclusion. And Shireen, the other day, you and I had a conversation about how we have perceived as women and as people of color, this whole innovation space and this industry opening up. Could you share a few of your thoughts of how you think the space industry is benefiting life on Earth from this kind of DEI and innovation entrepreneurship lens? You are muted, my friend.
Sorry about that. I would love to share this. I do have a quick question for Mohsen, if I may. Two quick questions, if I can piggyback one off of the other. One was a question with regard to the 3 universities in the US that you're engaged in. I would love to know about that. And the second is with regard to the idea of a colony in Mars. I know that colonialization has had quite an impact, particularly when we look at what's happened to the Middle East due to the British colonization. And so when we reverse it and look at colonizing Mars, what do you think of it politically? Because the word colonization hasn't had the best connotation when we look at the histories of places like Africa, like the Middle East, like Asia. And so going into the future, what is the UAE's perception of colonization and what impact that would have in future civilizations?
Okay, for the first question, so the 3 universities mainly that we worked with, I mean, we had so many different science partners as well from the science community, but the university that helped us develop the mission, University of Colorado in Boulder, was the main with their it's the laboratory that they have they're doing so many amazing space missions. And then we had for the instruments that helped us build the 3 instruments that we have. So one of them was, again, done with the same university in Colorado. The other one was the University of Berkeley in California. And the last one was Arizona's State University. Those are the 3 universities that we are working with currently as well. We continue having this partnership going on with them. We got done with a technical aspect when it came to designing and building things, and now the science team and understanding how you do your analysis on these data, the raw data that we get, and how to make sense out of it. It's still ongoing. For the second question, I mean, I don't know, maybe the word colony is not the best way we want to mention it, and maybe sometimes, you know, not having English as the first language, probably that sometimes does make you lose or be lost in translation. But the whole goal of you know, the colony, let's say, is understanding it's a long-term goal, 100 years worth of a mission that in 100 year, when again 2017 this was announced, what do we need? So the government wanted to know, what do we need to have to be able to, if this is a thing that's going on, and I think it all started when NASA, I think, said by the year 2050 there will be some sort of colony on Mars, and the UAE said if NASA needs 50 years, we're behind, so let's give ourselves another 50 years to be able to catch up. That was the idea. So it is mainly, again, to just keep the public excited, to keep the students excited that this is serious. We're looking into this seriously. Whatever it means by colony, what do we mean by that? Is it, you know, being able to understand other planets more, understand them to a point that it, you know, it will help us. The end goal is to be on Earth, and the end goal is to protect Earth, and the end goal is to understand what happened if it was life on other planets, and how can we avoid anything bad that happened to those planets that can happen to Earth. So I think that is at least how I see it. I'm not sure if I answered what you're asking for exactly, but yeah.
For sure. And then when it comes to diversity, Tiffany, as you were alluding to, I think it's the most fascinating time going into the space race, because we are now in this new era where it's the commercial impact of the space race. And if anything, it's opened up the door for greater diversity. I love seeing women, like even on this panel, we're 2 women here. There's a great amount of representation. Dr. Cheyenne Proctor is actually going up. We know her. And she is someone who is not your stereotypical representation of who's going out to space. I think for me, the greatest element of diversity is also that you have access to people who aren't necessarily billionaires. You are giving this opportunity for citizen astronauts to actually achieve this dream of going out to space. And when it comes to technologies and innovation and what has become relevant, I know that oftentimes people think of things like Tang, but Tang wasn't originally created in space. It was created on Earth. and then it went to space and it became famous, and people started drinking this awful orange beverage in the 1990s thinking they're drinking space, space juice. But in truth, when I look at the real technologies that have come about, it's inspiring even from a female perspective. When I gave birth, my son was in the neonatal intensive care unit. I couldn't hold him for the first 3 days, and as he was having baby formula, I read into it, and DHA, ARA were actually created in space with scientists. And the scientists who created it from the 80s reached out to us at Astrius and was like, hey, we love the research you're doing now. And for me, that's really fascinating, because a lot of innovation that comes out of it, whether we're looking at baby formula that now has the enrichment that gives you the same fatty acids from breast milk for brain development. The other one is, it's called HACCP, Hazard Analysis for Critical Control Point. It's actually used by the US Food and Drug Administration to make sure that kitchens in restaurants are at the right hygiene level. And these are really critical points of innovation that are coming back. And right now, as we're looking at the next wave, we're looking at things like sustainability. How do you create meats? How do you have, cultivated meat being created in space? How can you have a zero waste solution in a closed loop system? So those kinds of conversation points are so critical, because living in California, we can see the forest fires. The Amazon is burning, and people think it's just because of the beef, but then the vegan diet doesn't realize that when you're heavily eating soy, when you're heavily eating avocado, what does that do to the forestry? So I think these dialogues are coming up, and there's a great mirroring between challenges we need to solve in space and how those challenges are actually on Earth's spaceship Earth at the same time.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Shireen, thanks for sharing that information about baby formula. My son was a preemie as well, and boy, he had his share. So he's going to love to hear that. He's 10 years old now. I'll tell him that he ate astronaut food. That'll get him excited. Lawrence, what would you say is your favorite example of a technology, a product, and innovation coming from space to Earth and benefiting life here?
Well, I don't know if it's possible to skip to the second or third slide on the presentation, because I've been involved. In fact, I started a company in 1984 called Space Spinoffs. So if we go to the next one, next one, next one, next one. Oops, let's back up to the beginning, because it looks like that slide is, oh, there it is. Go ahead, next one. Here you go. So what you're looking at are just a few of the benefits that many of you are familiar with: computers, integrated circuits, packaging, but you may not be familiar with the fact that exterior paint that keeps spacecraft from overheating has found its way to exterior paint on houses. Medical breakthroughs, all kinds of medical breakthroughs. For 5 years, between 2001 and 2005, I was the Human Research Program Experiment Manager, Human Research Experiment Manager at Johnson Space Center for Human Life Science Experiments. So I'm very familiar with nutrition, as well as immunology, as well as gravity, all that stuff. There is just a whole plethora of stuff coming out of the ISS and medical breakthroughs that are just finding its way to all of us. We all know about GPS and insulators and conductors. There's a whole barrage of new methods of cancer research, including looking at cancer cells in 3 dimensions. The proliferation, how they grow in a test tube, is not how they grow in your body. And you can actually see how they grow in your body by looking at a drum that was, it's called a I forget what the term is, biosensor, something like that. It was actually first flown on the STS-107, the Columbia flight, and some of, despite the horrible outcome of the Columbia flight, some of that data actually made its way back. And so the next one, protective clothing for extreme environments. So when I left NASA, I formed a company called Space Spinoffs with the purpose of seeing what kind of benefit for extreme environments could we get from astronaut suits. And all kinds of things came out of that. How you control body temperature with cooling headbands and portable cooling systems. Running shoes that pump heat out of your foot so you don't degrade the shoe, and also have running athletic issues. There was a healthcare sports bra that was looking at older women who have trouble putting on bras because they have arthritis and they can't reach around the back. So how can you improve that? By using technology. Most of us already know crop management, storm and weather tracking, Earth observations. This stuff is daily in our lives. Telecommunications, energy and water conservation, power management. You may not know about the next one, but NASA has a relationship with NASCAR, which is the sports, the car racing organization. And why do they have that relationship? Because there is no better place to accumulate data on G-forces that effect on the human body than what happens when a 3,500 pound car going around a track at 200 miles an hour goes airborne. And NASCAR has sensors in those cars. Those sensors have been shared and used in NASA computers to actually build the Orion structure, so it can withstand the kinds of forces, and also it's going to work its way into the human landing system for Artemis. And of course, you can imagine that benefit has also spun off through the aeronautics portion of NASA into airframes and your aircrafts. And obviously, it also goes into cars and the vehicles that you drive. So if you take a look at fatality rates in passenger cars over the last 50 years, they have progressively come down because we have the benefit of all of this expertise. So there are more benefits from the space program than I could talk about in the hour that we have. They just are endless. NASA, as Jason alluded to earlier, NASA has a magazine called Space Spinoffs. I think they still have it. That's how I first found out about this, because some of the stuff I was doing at home, I thought, well, maybe that's a good idea to get into that Space Spinoff magazine. And from there, everything took off. So there's an awful lot.
Thanks so much for sharing that list. Shireen, go ahead.
I just really found it fascinating when you talk about NASCAR and the correlation between motorsports and the aeronautical industry. Before starting Astrius, I actually worked at Palantir Technologies, and we were working with Ferrari. And for me, it was transferring the knowledge from working with Ferrari and Formula One race car drivers into bigger automotive industries like Fiat Chrysler. But then you have the learning from the data from there, and you have parallel industries. So for us, we worked with Airbus and understanding what happens in flights. So looking at the space industry and then looking at big data, for me, it's really fascinating when you can see the parallel connections that you can draw from the data and how you can actually apply it. And I think that's really at the core of the conversation. You don't even know what knowledge comes out, but then when you look at space research, you are forced to consider constraints that aren't necessarily there for you on Earth, but then you can apply them to so many different industries. And for me, the fascination is there's such a pleasure and ideation when you think about astronauts, when you think about race car drivers, but then for that knowledge to have impact for everyone, whether you're flying in a plane, whether you want to be safe driving or safe eating at a restaurant, these are really elements that make it so important for the youth. And most of you talked about that, for the youth studying and why that education can become applicable whichever career you go into.
Yes, I completely agree. Well said. I'm definitely going to be spending a lot of time with my son today, pointing at all the things in our house that have come from space, and I'm telling you, he's going to love it. So, getting our kids excited about STEM and STEAM careers, this is a great way to do it because it's all around us. You know, we get this idea that space is really far away and somehow it doesn't impact our daily lives. But Lawrence, you just shared all these great examples of how that's not true, and how, as Mohsen was saying, we can be inspiring our future astronauts to be getting in at the ground floor and really grabbing that love. Now, all of you have actually raised this point about commercialization. And I want to just pull on that again for a minute, not about any particular commercial product or service, but how the act of opening up the space industry to, not just governmental organizations, but also these private organizations all the way down, Jason, as you've mentioned, to small businesses. How do we think that this process of commercialization in an abstract sense, how has that benefited life on Earth? Jason, do you want to kick us off there? What are your thoughts?
Sure thing. It's clear based on the incredible list that Lawrence shared that the space investment is, to your point, Tiffany, everywhere. You look around your house and there are connections to the space program, and I think there are two two threads that I'd like to pull on. The first is the one that is around inspiration. And it is the art of the possible. And so the way that we design a future that is better is that we live in a world of possibility as opposed to resignation. And so the aspirational aspects of space enable us to enroll and bring more people in. And to the point earlier about diversity, it's like the opportunity to get fresh new ideas from people that haven't been participating provides a whole new window of opportunity as we look to our missions of exploration. And the opportunity now is we see a private sector that is really growing alongside NASA. And in the small business program in particular, part of our mandate is to ensure that the investments that we're making in these small businesses, that we are thinking about the potential for commercial success. It's not sufficient to only think about 1 or 2 units that would fly on a NASA mission, but rather we really do need to think about the implications that we have with the monies that we're investing to ensure that there is a burgeoning marketplace. And I think there are a couple of things that are really driving, and I talked a little bit about small sats, like the opportunity for universities, even high schools, to build spacecraft and actually get them launched and actually get the data through a ground station they can then play with, and incredible opportunity for opening up new futures because it has become more tangible, it has become more real. Again, the art of the possible is where I really feel the program or space exploration has gotten to. And so I think we see this connection between the terrestrial human experience and the challenges of space exploration, and how working in that dynamic, to Shireen's point, like has clear benefit for the challenges that we face here on Earth. And so I think we're going to continue, and as we look to the future, see more and more of this happen, because we're going to watch the private sector grow. We're going to see our ability to explore go further and further out into the solar system, and we're going to open up the funnel for more people to participate. And so for me, I think it is such an exciting time to be involved in this area, because the potential is really limitless.
Wonderful. Shireen, go ahead.
I must say one thing. I'm a woman of color. I'm in Silicon Valley. Astrius is my second company. Our first company was Purified. It was a clean tech water company. We were using the byproduct of Scotch whiskey to decontaminate industrially polluted water. After that, I joined Palantir Technologies, and it's really what opened my eyes. I was working as their deputy head of global business, and then I was on their intelligence arm. So I had that opportunity to work with C-suite. And now that I'm raising funds, I have to admit what's become glaringly obvious in the private sector is there is quite a dearth of opportunity for women and for people of color. And so the height of investment historically was 2019, where 2.9% of the funding went to women. When it comes to people of color, it's a fraction. When it comes to women of color, it is literally a fraction of a fraction. And so while there is this amazing, ideation that there is so much opportunity in the private sector, if you look at small businesses and if you look at how much of that money is funneling into those who are underrepresented, it is unfortunately a sad reality that not much has changed. And so my hope is that with the space industry, you can match the passion with this understanding that investment for women, investment for people of color does result in profit. And so one of my favorites was when I found out that Rihanna is the first billionaire businesswoman who is a woman of color and the richest singer, and yet she didn't make her money off of singing, she made it off of business. And so it's really drawing attention to what hasn't changed and what can change in the future. And that's why I love seeing, representation of different cultures as well, because we are loud and clear that it's time for change.
Wonderful. I'm going to build on that a little bit. We've gotten a question from Odelia in our audience. She wants to know, What do you think could be future inventions for space that could improve life on Earth? Mohsen, I'm going to do that one better. I'm going to give you a magic wand and infinite funding. So Mohsen, from your point of view, what would be a future invention, future innovation from space that would really revolutionize life on Earth?
Okay, I think the way I would answer this, I just build up based on what everyone said here, maybe just where Shireen kind of ended. I think what I love about a space, before I talk about what invention or what we want to do, is I think it's one of the only fields that it brings people together. It is one of those fields that you don't care where Jason is from, where Shireen is from, where Dr. Lawrence is from. Do you have the knowledge? Let's sit together, let's share, let's talk, let's build something for the same goal that we have. The International Space Station, it's the only place I think where people from different countries, different background, different religions sit together and, you know, are able to work together for the same goal. To me, I think this is the beauty of a space. It's not, I mean, the inventions, the things that we do, for sure. Yeah, that is another goal, another main goal of being able to bring things to Earth that will be beneficial. I think Dr. Lawrence, I mean, I would, again, I feel like I should be part of the audience listening to you guys. This is really interesting to me as well. I mean, understanding what, I mean, again, I'm young in this field. I'm still learning more and more, but to me, again, as I mentioned, I think the knowledge that we are able to get, empowering the people and being able to sit down and talk with this panel here is what the space has brought to the UAE, at least, and being able to, you know, discuss and talk and also challenge my colleagues now from the US. We got to that level. So I think that is what I love about it, and that is what I would keep looking for. And the invention, if you ask me, I mean, whatever makes life a better place, whatever makes Earth a better place, that is the end goal to me. And it's not mainly about leaving Earth. I mean, maybe that's the stereotype is we want to leave Earth, but to me, no. Let's see what we can do to save Earth and learn from the mistakes that we have done, and then let's see what can be done to avoid damaging it further.
So if I can summarize, perhaps unity of purpose is the innovation that we would wave our wand for and get people together all over the world. And Mohsen, I think you're right. We talk about that for getting off planet, but we're facing existential crises now from climate change, and yet we're still having trouble uniting around a common purpose. So I think that's lovely. And Artemis Westenberg, Mohsen, she agrees with you. She says space unites and equalizes. And I know for me, that's my favorite part of being in this field, is seeing people light up when they talk about the future and they talk about how they're going to make the world a better place. Lawrence, I was wondering if you would like to share those materials that you teased at the beginning of our session. What would you like to show us by video and on your materials?
I'd love to do that. And in answer to the question about how I view the future of space exploration helping us on Earth, that's what this is about. If we could pull up the slides, I can get into it pretty quickly. Okay, so let's start with the very first slide. Okay, improving life on Earth through space exploration, that's what it's about. Next one, we can pass through these benefits. So I want to ask you all a question that you probably have not thought about too much. Can pathogens enter through a spacesuit? And could they lead to an unknown pandemic? Now take a close look at this slide, the picture on that slide. That is Apollo 12 Alan beam on the surface of the moon. And if you see the envelope around his spacesuit, it's outgassing effluent onto the lunar surface. This violates forward and back contamination in space. We didn't know it then, but we certainly know it now. So let's go to the next slide. There's a history of being concerned about this. Planetary protection involvement of the space community back in 1967. Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty declared that all spacefaring nations must avoid harmful contamination resulting from the introduction of extraterrestrial matter. And that included forwards and back contamination. I'll show you some examples of how this was implemented. Next slide. So as I mentioned in the command module, when Apollo 11 sat down, there were filters in the post-landing ventilation system to keep anything that might have been brought back from escaping. The astronauts wore a biological isolation garment when they exited the hatch on their way to the Hornet, before then being on the Hornet put into a quarantine trailer, an Airstream trailer, and there you see President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 crew. The crew was brought back to the Johnson Space Center and put in the Lunar Receiving Lab, which was designed specifically to keep contaminants from getting out. After 14 days, they were tested. And this has spun its way all the way to the present, where you see Perseverance being worked on by workers in white clean room outfits and sterilized before it sends it off to Mars. So let's continue. Next slide. So that kind of inspired me to over a number of years now to start the Mars Suit Project. And the Mars Suit Project has the following goals: was to develop and build a spacesuit for Mars, and to use the Martian environment, and also to leverage steam resources with something called the HyperNet paradigm, which I'll discuss in a minute, and to ensure planetary protection. That's a lot of goals built into a spacesuit, and I'm gonna show you how we've been attacking that. So next slide. To do that, you really need to understand the history of Mars spacesuits, concepts from Mars spacesuits. They're basically fall into 5 categories. Mechanical counterpressure, using materials to provide pressure instead of air. Space activity suit was a version of that actually was tested out. It was taken to a new level by David Newman, Dr. David Newman, and an MIT biosuit, which most of you have probably seen photos of or pictures of. NASA, for its part, has gone through evolutionary designs from the Apollo to the International Space Station. And now you're looking at the Artemis XCMU, which has been in the news a lot lately, many of you know. So these are the histories of suits that could work their way to Mars. So next slide. I'm going to tell you the reality. And by the way, the next session, which is about EVA, I want you to pay close attention to what you're going to hear. They're not going to talk about the reality I'm going to talk about, which is the fancy suits in the news today do not include a working portable life support system or PLIS. They are primarily intravehicular suits. The one on SpaceX uses an IVA suit. The one Boeing uses an IVA suit. The NASA Artemis suit does have a PLIS, but the PLIS has not been designed and is not suitable for Mars. All of these suits are either too heavy, too complex, too hard to get in and out of, or non-functional on Mars. And they do not consider planetary protection, just like the Apollo 12 suit, do not consider planetary protection. They are outrageously expensive, and trying to get a Mars, we call it an EMU. An EMU is a suit plus a life support system. That's like forcing a square peg into a round hole. This is not a fashion show. Next time you look at these suits and you say how cool that looks, you got to remember, it's not a fashion show. So unless we have significant breakthroughs, we have a problem. So what do you do about it next? The answer is use the Martian environment on Mars. Mars is a planet. It is not a moon. Its weather is diverse, just like planet Earth. It has cool, dry atmosphere. That atmosphere can be used to pressurize a suit, and it can be used to take waste from a suit, and it can be used to cool an astronaut. Its temperature is Earth-like, enabling layers. Think peeling in the Bahamas and adding layers in Alaska, and you have Mars. That is not the moon. On the moon, if you look at the sun, you're talking plus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. If you look away from the sun, the suit is minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit. You're looking at boiling and freezing at the same time. So I say use the Martian environment. That's all well and good. So how are you gonna do that? So next. The only way to do it is to start with a fresh sheet of paper, and the one we decided to do that with was something called the HyperNet paradigm. So let me take you through that because it's important. It's a STEAM education at its best. So next slide. This is what the HyperNet paradigm is. It's a university government industry synergy. It's driven by passion, not dollars, not big contracts and not an old boys network. It's STEAM focused and cross-disciplinary and inclusive. It is design, not exam-oriented learning. It's an iterative, evolved end product that combines virtual and in-person learning and rapid immersion tools and public participation. And it's been going on 10 years and counting in a pilot program. So let me show you how it works. Next. Let's take the Mars spacesuit. You want to design a spacesuit for Mars, a clean sheet of paper. The first thing you do is you break that suit down into functional elements. So here you see some of them: pressurization subsystem, thermal environmental control, materials, using in situ resources, sizing, trade studies, life sciences, sensor display, power systems, all that stuff, mission planning. The next thing you do is you combine these to make them simpler into what I call work packages. So go to the next slide. So here you see an example of how you combine all these elements into work packages. So where this really starts to take shape is the next slide. You form an organization. So now if you look at the darker reds boxes, those are the work packages. So you assemble a team, various teams. The teams consist of university partners, industry partners, and government, NASA partners with public participation. These teams can be anywhere from a half a dozen to a dozen to many, many more than that. Each team is given a starting point for their particular work package, like pressure and thermal control might go to the Naval Academy and a minority university and a NASA element. And what happens is, let's just imagine this is a course. In semester one, you're giving a starting point and you come up with a report. So the notion is all of these reports are then funneled into a feedback loop. And if you look at how the slide goes, you see the feedback loop coming up, and it then goes into a lead guiding critique peer review process, where what happens is it's given a reality check, in other words, and it comes back down into the hopper and back into the same teams the second semester or the second time period. So imagine this is a machine. It's going through a loop, and each time it goes through the loop, there's an improvement. And the improvement is not meant to be in a month, 6 months. It's not a semester. It's not a year. It's 5, 10, 15 years. And as you go through this loop, you let the paradigm run, and the product evolves, and it matures. That's the idea of the HyperNet paradigm. So let me show you how we use this to develop a Mars spacesuit. Next slide. Doing this, we came up with a candidate called, over time, called the HDSD, Hybrid Dual System EMU, an integrated multidisciplinary approach driven by the Martian environment. If you want to find out more about it, there's a link below. So go to the next one. I want to show you some more about this. This is what it does. It's very unusual. The torso is pressurized by the Mars atmosphere. The helmet is pressurized by a completely separate oxygen system. Safety is provided from puncture protection because in a conventional suit, if you have a puncture, the entire suit is voided, including the oxygen in the helmet. You've got about 10 seconds of life. That's all it is. This enables you, because you have your oxygen is continually supplied and not sacrificed, because it's a Lexan hard helmet. You can take corrective action. Seconds go to minutes to actually do a preventive fix. This is a simple system. It's what we call an open, not a closed loop life support system. That enables you to do massive mass reduction. Current suits are up to 150 kilograms or more. That's way more than a person could walk around on a daily basis on the surface of Mars and expect to do useful work. By having an open loop system, you can downsize a lot of hardware. You can lop off almost 2/3 of the weight of the current suits and get down to 60 kilograms, which is about the limit that you can walk around and do an 8-hour job on the surface of Mars. One of the key things, it has removable thermal layers. Suits today are basically EVA suits. They're built like a thermos bottle. They go into deep space. They go into the moon. They have to withstand simultaneous boiling and freezing temperatures. The only way you can do that is to build a suit like a thermos bottle. You don't do that on Mars. You don't have those environments. You have a completely different environment. It's cool. So what you can do is you get cold, you put on layers, you get warmer, like on the equator where it can get up to 80 degrees, you take off layers. All these things, I'm just touching the surface of the design here. Finally, the last part, planetary protection. You must have barriers to protect the home planet. Next. How does the Mars suit do that? It's something we call BB, barrier to entry, barrier to exit. This particular suit, it's using the environment of Mars, it's using the CO2 atmosphere to pressurize the suit and to provide cooling. And then what you do is you pressurize the suit, you have a relief valve that exits that same gas. So it comes in, pressurizes the suit, goes out. Well, that enables you, because you have an inlet and outlet to the environment, that enables you to introduce viral filters at the suit inlet and viral filters at the suit outlet. BB is called barrier to entry, barrier to exit. That's how we can stop what happened on Apollo 12 and all the other suits that are out there. Next slide.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
We've only got about 30 seconds left for your session here, and then we've got to wrap up. Could you give us the take-home message here for what you want us to take away from your experience with the suit design?
Let's just go to the one video. I want to do I've got that little time. I want to show you the video, and I'll show you where this is going for benefits on planet Earth. If you could pull the video up. This is a suit that's designed to...
The first point of the suit is that it is easy to put on. It's very flexible. I can move, I can do anything I want. My air is being brought in through these vents, these fans, and it is directed by hoses up into the helmet area. You'll notice that the helmet does not get fogged. Normally, this helmet might fog up and you wouldn't be able to see. Now there's plenty of air that are flowing across the face area, the visor, and that prevents fogging. You'll also note that the visor is large and roomy. That's very important over using the suit for many hours. So now you can see, right now, the BB system, barrier to entry and barrier to exit functioning.
The suit uses all the technology that we derived from the Mars spacesuit: barrier to entry, barrier to exit, elimination of face-to-face contamination. The purpose of it is to stop a pandemic. Now, how could it do that? It weighs less than a pound. It's very inexpensive. You're looking at the very first prototype of this suit. It's now at the point 6 months later where it's actually in a pre-production mode. It looks much more evolved than what you see. It's designed to stop bacteria and viral pandemics, including COVID, from getting in and out. Now, how can you use that to actually stop a pandemic? The vision is called rapid outbreak response. What happens with rapid outbreak response is the instant an outbreak is reported, a warehouse of these suits or fast shipment of these suits is sent to that area, and you draw a diameter around where that outbreak started. Those suits are provided, they are reusable, they're sterilizable, you can wear them for an entire 8-hour shift. You can actually wear them for days at a time. And what happens is they will not allow any COVID to get in or pathogens to get in. They will not allow pathogens to get out. If you happen to get into that suit and you happen to have a contagion, a pathogen, it will not get out, and you, after 14 days, will develop symptoms, and you can be isolated from those people wearing the suit who do not. We think this is a way to go to actually stop the pandemic using Mars spacesuit technology. To me, that is one of the biggest impacts we can have for the world, and we hope to have this out next year. And
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for all of that. We are coming down to our last couple of minutes here in this session. So I'm going to ask Jason, Shireen, and Mohsen to give me a tweet length response to this question. And the question is, what do you say to people who say we should not be spending money in space because we have enough problems here at Earth? What is the biggest thing you want them to take away from today's session? Shireen, let's start with you. What's your tweet length response to that? Don't count characters, just go for it.
I was literally counting characters in my head. Life in space creates the inspiration to innovate on Earth.
Beautiful. Thank you. Mohsen, how about you? What's your short wrap up?
On my private account, I'll say you're wrong. But on my public account, I would say, I mean, this is the only way where we get people from different countries, regions, and backgrounds to work on the same goal and same objectives, and where we learn to work together and live together.
Wonderful. Thank you. Jason, what's your tweet length response?
Since I don't use Twitter, I might go over, but I would say that the problems we face here on Earth are systemic and they're human. And if we were to take 10 times the money that we spend on space to try to address the problems, we're not going to solve those problems. We're going to spend that money and it will be gone. And so rather than eat the seed corn of potential and possibility and exploration in the future, I would argue that it's paramount and absolutely critical that we spend this money because it does provide possibility and it does enable a unification across the globe that's bigger than just a single human experience.
Okay, so I'm going to compress to 280 characters. Instead of eating the seeds of the future, let's plant them together. How was that?
Boom.
Damn.
Yes.
All right.
You're hired.
And Lawrence, how about you? What's your tweet length response to let's solve our problems on Earth before we spend money on space?
Well, I like to do it with a picture. If you can see this, I don't know if you can all see this, but this is the husband and wife team behind solving the COVID-19 vaccine. These are Dr. Sahin and Terekci. These are their parents were immigrants from Turkey. Started BioNTech, which has people working from 60 different countries. When they're asked about how do you feel about immigration and being discriminated against, they kind of laughed and said, you know, we don't think about who comes from where and what their color is. And what we want to think we could never have done this if it wasn't for all these people coming together from all these different places. And you know, this is just an amazing time that all the technology is coming together and use of supercomputers and use of artificial intelligence and space technology is one more thing to add to the mix. It is a very, very dynamic time and hope we can all appreciate it because it's happening seamlessly. We can talk about it. We can say there's a process for this and we should do that and we should do that. And the truth is, we don't have to do any of that because the world has gotten to the point where there's so much bad going around, but there's also stuff that's just amazing. And we don't even really need to have procedures. We've got organizations that do this as a matter of course. It is now seamless. Incredible.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Well, everyone, I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I have. Thank you so much to our 4 panelists for being so generous with their time and their expertise. Thanks also to Explore Mars and our sponsors. And we're looking forward to the next conversation. Don't log off. There's another great session coming next. Thank you all very much.
Bye now.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and welcome again to day 3 of the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit. My name is Chris Nelson, and I am the Strategic Planning and Architecture Lead for the EVA office at Johnson Space Center. My role within the EVA office encompasses responsibility for establishing the strategic plan and managing the portfolio of targeted technology development, along with fostering partnerships and collaboration across the agency, with industry and academia, in the pursuit of the most effective future EVA system to meet our collective mission objectives. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to moderate this outstanding panel on EVA suits and operations. Since the Gemini program, and specifically June 3rd, 1965, EVA, or extravehicular activity, has been a part of every NASA human spaceflight program and has embodied the human passion for exploration. Images and video of EVA crew members alone, surrounded by inhabitable conditions, and separated from nearly everything else are an iconic symbol of the essence of human exploration as they press beyond boundaries of the seemingly impossible in search for knowledge and truth. Throughout the history of EVA, we have sought to build and test the best spacesuits and tools to match the job required for the mission at hand. Beginning with those first US EVA spacesuits known as the G4Cs. They were simple suits weighing no more than 34 pounds and designed with a focus on supporting life in the vacuum of space. The Apollo program required suits enabling crew to walk on the moon and carry their own life support system while facilitating bending and tool usage on a planetary surface. The shuttle program employed suits to enable retrieval of old satellites, repair of sensitive science platforms like the Hubble Space Telescope, and construction of massive orbiting outposts like the International Space Station, where these same suits are utilized today to enable maintenance, contingency repair of failed systems, as well as the upgrade of science platforms and vehicle systems aboard our home in space. With each successive mission came a demand for new suit capability to enable human performance in extreme environments not previously envisioned. What will future missions demand of human explorers? And what suit capabilities will we need to develop to enable that exploration? My hope is that we'll help shed some light on that through this panel discussion. But before I introduce our panelists, a quick logistical note. Our desire is that this panel will be as conversational as possible, and that includes you. So throughout the panel this afternoon, please post your questions for our panelists in the chat, and I'll work to integrate those into the discussion. Now, without further ado, I'm joined today by Natalie Mary, who is experienced in human spaceflight as an accomplished flight controller for the International Space Station program, and now serves as a lead systems engineer in the Exploration, Integration, and Science Directorate's EVA office at Johnson Space Center. She currently works for the Aerospace Corporation, providing support to NASA's EVA community with a focus on systems engineering and integration of requirements, architectures, interfaces, and operational concepts for multiple missions, including the ISS and exploration spacesuit capabilities for cislunar, lunar, and Mars missions. Along with Natalie, we have Dr. Ryan Kobrick, who is a principal investigator and aerospace engineer with Paragon Space Development Corporation. Ryan formerly served as an assistant professor of spaceflight operations in the College of Aviation at my alma mater, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, as well as principal investigator of the Embry-Riddle Suit Lab, which stands for Spacesuit Utilization of Innovation Technology Laboratory. He has served as a crew member of 6 simulated Mars missions, which included a 100 operational day simulation on Devon Island. And Dr. Kobrick's research focused on reach and work envelopes using motion capture, analog research, lunar dust abrasion, global engagement, and lunar Martian surface operations. Rounding out our panel this afternoon is Dr. Gregory Quinn. Dr. Quinn is a principal research engineer and the chief engineer for advanced spacesuit technologies at Collins Aerospace. Greg's current work is focused on advanced spacesuit design with an emphasis on the portable life support system. His responsibilities include directing all spacesuit-related R&D and serving as the subject matter expert on advanced spacesuit contracts. Like Dr. Kobrick, Dr. Quinn is no stranger to analog testing and has participated in field research on Devon Island for the Houghton Mars project in 2005, as well as contributing to the NIAC chameleon suit study in 2003. He has over 20 peer-reviewed papers, 5 patents, and serves as a session chair for the International Conference on Environmental Systems, serving continuously since 2012. A big thank you to our panelists for being here with us and participating in this panel. To start this afternoon, let's hear a lead in to our topic from Dr. Ryan Kobrick, who has captured a recording for us, and we're glad to have him here to join us for questions and answers later in the panel.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and let's watch the video. I don't think I could do it better than that anyway. So we've got.
Hi there, I'm Ryan Kobrick with Paragon Space Development Corporation. And if you're watching this video, it means that I'm somewhere in Florida helping support and watch my good friend Cyan Proctor launch to space with Inspiration 4. It's a pleasure to be part of this summit, and I hope to be there next year. And please feel free to send me questions as they come up on social media or through email. I've provided all that at the end of the short kind of presentation introduction I've got for you today. I've always been fascinated by spacesuits. I love them. I think they're the coolest thing on and off the planet. Everything you need to survive in space is right there. This is the world's teeniest spaceship. You've got life support, you've got equipment to communicate, you know, everything you need to survive, at least for a certain duration. So I've always been fascinated with how we're able to create this cool thing and how we're going to make many more in the future. The Spacesuit 101, just in case, we've got a very diverse audience, and I want to make sure that everyone has a basic understanding of what a spacesuit does and its functions. Essentially, there are 3 tiers for life support systems. Number 1, you absolutely have to keep the people alive. So worst case scenario, you could throw them in a bubble with some oxygen and some CO2 scrubbing, and you'd be able to get them down safely. The second is to actually be able to do their job and function. So the second tier basically meaning that, you know, when we think about zero-G EVAs and spacesuits, you actually have to have hands and ability to see and visual aid and communications so that you can complete your job. And then number 3 is comfort. We want to prevent injuries. We want to make exploration as easy as, you know, it feels like you're not even wearing a suit. That's a huge stretch goal in design, but for the most part, that's where we're trying to go. And if we're going to be living off the planet and onto Mars, we need to be able to be comfortable in our work clothes. So the rule of 3s, really people should know about this, is that without pressure, you would last 3 seconds. Without air, 3 minutes, meaning a lack of oxygen. Without shelter in an extreme environment, 3 hours. Without water, 3 days. And without food, 3 weeks. And so if we look at the human body and the inputs and outputs, these are really the consumables that we need to think about when we're designing any system. We've got oxygen, portable water, and food, our energy sources kind of coming in. And then the things that we generate as humans, waste, trace contaminants, CO2 is the big one there, are really the things that we need to consider while we're designing. And, you know, just as we think about other consumables, we also have to think about the price tag on a lot of these things. It's more of a throughput than a consumable, but it is important in terms of spacesuit design. This is not a super simple thing to do. So there's a lot of cost of development to make these things efficient, robust, and safe. And if we look at the subsystems, this of course looks more like a habitat than a spacesuit, but it really gives you a breakdown of all the different major life support systems, everything from the atmospheric revitalization system all the way to thermal control, you know, all areas that Paragon has specialties in. Each of these subsystems then has assemblies, and each of these assemblies are then combining different technologies. And for the most part, Paragon has experience with all of these different technologies over the last 28 years of doing life support and thermal solutions in extreme environments. So a few Paragon highlights, just to let people know a little bit about us. We were part of the Constellation spacesuit team led by Oceaneering. We were leading the thermal modeling and analysis. We even designed and delivered thermal control and PLIS hardware. That's portable life support system. That's the backpack with all the hardware on the back of the astronaut. We had a full from design to flight program, spacesuit program. The StratX mission was the first operational spacesuit built in the US in the last 30 years at the time that it was flown. And this broke altitude records and won awards, of course, and is now, if you want to go see it, you can go see it in the Smithsonian in Dulles. The Paragon dive system, again, looking at extreme environments here, just to give an example, with this hazmat suit to deal with contaminated water. Finally, just to kind of highlight on some of our major programs. I mentioned StratX. I mean, it's an all-in-one suit, and my little camera thing's blocking the words there, but we were also part of the human landing system, working with Dynetics on doing the life support and internal thermal modeling for that program. And that all came out of our commercial crew transportation air revitalization system, the CCTARS, leading to the maturity of these next designs, and now currently on the HALO program as the provider of life support with Northrop Grumman, preparing Gateway for going around the moon. So what's going on in spacesuits with, I guess you could say USA Today, because this is a USA slide coming up specifically, is the EMU, which has been the upgrade to the current ISS design, and that's in its progress, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the coming slides. You can see SpaceX's IVA suit here. David Clark has 2 suits here for both Boeing and for the Orion program, and these are kind of the next generation get me down launch entry abort suits. So IVA, for those that don't know, is the intravehicular activity suit, so that's inside, and EVA being extravehicular, meaning outside of the spacecraft, the main spacecraft. So what is the XEVAS opportunity? That's just coming out now. The RFI indicated that there might be 22 EVA suits under this contract. That would also include services. So it's that servicing the suit, the tools, the training. And so the draft was out in July. And right now there's a draft RFP out for this call with the release date coming up next week. And 30 days later, the proposals will be due. And that is for $3.1 billion being invested in spacesuits over 10 years, and multiple awards are possible. So that contract wouldn't start to March. And really, this is a huge opportunity. This is like the decadal call for spacesuit technology development, and the part of the Artemis generation suits. So just kind of finalize in summary here, like where we are is that this program that's coming up for XEVAS is really focused on ISS replacement development for low Earth orbit, looking at Artemis for the moon and our moonwalkers, and then the advanced version of the suit, which is for Mars, essentially. So it's really Mars forward thinking. As you would think through the design process, you want to be able to have a suit that's modular, robust, and able to configure to these next upgradable programs. If you've got any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to obviously be there right now with everyone and be part of the ongoing chat. Maybe I'll be there for the Q&A, I'm not sure, but feel free to reach out to me. I look forward to all of our futures in space. And this is the challenge for all of you to spacesuit up, and I'll see you out there. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ryan. And what a great introduction to talk about spacesuits and what they do, and even for current U.S. spacesuit activities. And to your last set of slides there, the investment that's being made in suit technology for taking us further beyond where we are today. We're so grateful for you being here with us, much to the end of that. And so look forward to the discussion a little bit later. With that, though, I want to kind of turn it over to Natalie to give us a little bit more details on the XEMU and what that looks like for current suits and future suits alike. So, Natalie?
Great. Yeah, happy to be here. That was a great introduction, Ryan. And so we do have, thank you for the Suit Up reference as well. We do have a public-facing website that's right there, nasa.gov Suit Up or /Suit Up. And so that's a good place to go see any public information that we have. We have ConOps that were concept of operations for both the moon and Mars out there, and different concepts that we've looked at for alternate ingress egress methods, different kinds of airlocks and suit ports. And there's a lot of good videos and pictures on that website for you to take a look at. And so next slide. And so again, great introduction, Ryan. Currently, we're working on the Exploration EVA Mobility Unit, the XEMU. And it is, we do like to think of it as a personal spacecraft. And so in that, you have to have your comm, your informatics, your removal, oxygen, mobility is key and fit for crew comfort, and dexterity to be able to perform tasks on the lunar surface. Well, cislunar gateway, ISS, and the lunar surface and Mars, and even transit to Mars. And so we incorporate that enhanced upper mobility by moving in the side bearings and having more shoulder and arm mobility, as well as the extra bearings in the legs that allow you to walk in a planetary environment. And then protection with the environmental protection garment all over the suit for thermal, micrometeoroid, and dust. And so several things we are doing right now is actually testing a lot of those technologies through our DVT testing, design verification testing, as we are looking at bringing the EVAS contract on. And we are also incorporating a lot of things that are forward for lunar surface sustained missions, as well as Mars. Some of those things are going to be enhanced informatics, enhanced environmental protection garment, the actual set points. Usually for ISS, we're at about a 4.3 PSID in the suit. For enhanced or shortened pre-breathe technology and protocols, we're looking at having a set point, a range of set points from 4.3 to 8.2 PSID. And that will allow, if the vehicle's at that atmosphere and the crew members at that atmosphere, if there's a new technology or concept that comes along like a suit port, we would be able to egress the vehicle a lot more quickly with a reduced pre-breathe duration, and actually still have that mobility at that higher set point for 8.2 PSID. And then we do have a CO2 removal system. It is really more of a vacuum, but it's operates in vacuum, but it's regenerative opposed to previous technologies like LIO and MEDOX. And so we're really happy with that. But for Mars, we'll need to look into that technology or alternate technologies more with a CO2 atmosphere. And then also, thermal cooling. And then we've got the current design has the rear entry, ingress, and egress, which could also be compatible with something like a suit port. It also allows easier ingress into the suit with less injury for the crew member. And so we're looking at using that on the lunar surface or a similar version of it from a contractor, and testing out certain technologies, understanding more about reliability and what we need to do to get to that Mars suit. And so with that, the next slide, we have significant challenges for a Martian suit. An EVA suit for Mars is going to have a different environment, different partial gravity. So we're looking at thermal and CO2 removal technologies and capabilities for a Mars suit. A lot of other differences will come into play with crew autonomy, with the long comm dropouts, and latency for communications. We'll want to have the ability for the crew to be able to perform tasks on the Martian surface and make decisions without Mission Control Center being right there, and how we're operating today on the ISS. And then planetary protection is also very interesting, both backward contamination, as in once you're leaving the Martian surface, you want to be able to break that chain and leave as much Martian dust and environment behind as possible, so that you're not bringing things back to Earth. And then forward contamination, where we don't want to bring biologicals from the human and introduce them to Mars and then discover life on Mars, when it's really just something that has been leaking from the suit, or which the suits are designed to leak to a certain extent. So all sorts of protocols, and it'll take an integrated approach with planetary protection, but it is something that we're looking at for Mars as well. That'll also play into your operations, where you go on the Martian surface, and things like that. And so the thermal environment is also going to be very different. It's more of a convective thermal environment. So that's another thing that we've looked at in the past during the constellation era, and need to bring that forward again and discuss that. And with the partial gravity, the mass challenge is a very large challenge. No pun intended. But you've got a very heavy spacesuit right now, which actually helps in the lunar gravity with walking and mobility. But for Mars with 3/8 gravity, it's going to be quite the challenge. You don't want that much on back mass when you're walking around on an EVA and performing science tasks. So you need that mobility. You need to be able to have all of the life support functions that we need in your personal spacecraft, your spacesuit, and be able to perform those tasks. So there are a lot of different options that we're considering and looking at for that mass reduction aspect of things. And so I think that's the end of my charts.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Natalie. And great kind of the current exploration EMU system and kind of the government reference design, I think, is how it's generally referred to. And even, hitting on some of the challenges that we're going to spend a little bit of time talking more about in the questions and answer and discussion section. But kind of leading into that, Greg, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of do a quick intro, but then also talk maybe about some of those enhancements as well.
Sure. Thank you. So good afternoon on where you're joining us from. I'm going to talk, I've just got 2 slides, a little introduction of my background and where my passion for space comes from. I'm sure many of you have similar stories to tell. And then I'll talk a little bit about the challenges that I see as from a technology point of view in designing the next spacesuits. Next slide, please. So, many of us have been driven towards an interest in space. I can say from my experience, the first part was a children's book. I read a book about a boy who went to a space station, and you can imagine my disappointment. 1, that boys couldn't go up into space, like 8-year-olds, and 2, that there wasn't a space station at the time. So that was really disappointed, and I sort of got the spark to do something about that. By high school, I knew I wanted to help put someone on Mars, and that was reinforced when I saw the thrilling success of the Martian surface. It was amazing to see and to know that we could do that and put something that moved on Mars. I also see putting people on Mars and getting there as a pinnacle of engineering challenges. I'm an engineer. I love those challenges. The technology is fascinating to me, and I love solving the problems that need to be solved that haven't been as a species. So I've taken a technology-focused path in my career. I've been at Collins Aerospace since 2000, where I started my career. I've had the privilege of working on spacesuits almost that entire time, and various life support systems. So, scrubbing carbon dioxide out of the air, conditioning humidity, temperature, providing pressure to the crew member. I've also worked systems engineering development on the larger architectures to help everything snap into place. So if we design a pump or a fan or a heat exchanger, that it works in the larger system. A couple of the highlights, it was mentioned before that I've worked on the chameleon suit study. That was a 30-year look forward into what a spacesuit could be, where you take all the functions that are in the backpack now, and could we distribute those within the suit itself, use the environment, use the suit and emerging technologies to make the spacesuit seamless to the wearer, so that you get the the functionality and the comfort beyond keeping the person alive. And as was mentioned before, the picture on the right is I'm photobombing the mock-up spacesuit there on Devon Island for the Houghton Mars project, where we were testing out informatics, how to provide the crew member with a data-rich environment and additional situational awareness that is far beyond what the crew members have today. They have their audio, they have a little one-line LCD display that tells them the status of their suit, and a paper cuff checklist. So not very high technology there anymore. And we know that it's mission enabling to provide those additional features that we all expect. We all have our cell phones and can call up Siri or Google or anything we want at a moment's notice. We want to be able to provide that to our crew members as well. Next slide, please. So what are some of the engineering challenges as we try to enhance the spacesuit to get the XEMU on the moon and then on to Mars? First among them is designing a safer spacesuit. We have had a fantastic safety record on the EMU. We've had hundreds of EVAs, and during EVA, no injury to the crew members. But we're going to have even more frequent EVAs, which means that the incidence of failure has to be as low as we can feasibly make them for those crew members that will be wearing them. We also have to enable greater ConOps. Right now, we have stringent rules on when and how to perform EVAs on the space station. When we go to the moon and then on to Mars, we have to provide an ability to operate the system with more flexibility than we have today to accommodate contingencies that really need immediate response from the crew members and can't be choreographed around. Finally, and it was mentioned already by Natalie, that we have to allow the users autonomy, less control from the ground. They're going to have comm latency, extreme comm latency on Mars, and they're going to need to be able to have the system make decisions for them, for itself, and provide them with actionable information in a way that is not available on the EMU today. We do need to provide the crew with enhanced capabilities in addition to safety. So less maintenance and preparation time for EVA and more time out the door. You don't want to be always working on your car. You want to be driving it, right? The crew love to go EVA, and they'll be going on EVA a lot more, and we need to let them be more productive with their time. They'll need a rich data stream. The amount of time between training and actually executing the missions could be months, and on Mars, years. So I know I don't stay trained on how to swap the brakes on my car. I pull it up on YouTube and I have the video in front of me. We can provide that type of information to the crew members now in a new system. It also has to be part of a seamless part of the exploration ecosystem. So there's going to be that rich data stream, but also tools, robots, vehicles, the landers. We have an opportunity to look ahead at all those assets and make sure that the suit is working with all of them, interacting with all of them in as productive a means as possible. So with the vehicles and platforms, we have line of sight to the space station, needing it to work there, the human landing, lunar terrain vehicles, and future commercial platforms. So that's a lot of requirements, a lot of people that will want to use the next versions of the suit. And designing around all of that is going to be an engineering challenge, but the community has been working at this for quite some time and has a lot in their pockets ready to go to provide these capabilities. And that's it for my introduction. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Greg. And again, I think thank you to all three of you really. I think it is just a great introduction across the board, kind of from a spacesuit 101 into kind of the current, development that's been going on within the government side of the house, and then looking down the road to what are those advancements and those enhancements that we need. And so those are the things that I want to pull on. But I want to kind of maybe go back, and Ryan, I want to ask you maybe the first question, and this is going to be a softball, right? So just go with it. But in your introduction, you kind of gave you mentioned 3 or a number of U.S. suits that are in works. That are in the works these days, and 3 of those were IVA, and 1 of those were EVA. And again, we're here to talk about EVA suits in particular. But I hear it often. Many people these days talk about the slick design of suits, like the ones you showed from SpaceX and David Clark. But there are some fundamental differences between an IVA suit and an EVA suit. And just for the sake of rounding out our audience, can you give some insight to these 2 categories of suits, IVA versus EVA, and the capabilities required for each?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the big difference is you're walking out the door. You're not, safe and protected by that shell of a spacecraft. And so without that spacecraft, that means that you need to deal with a micrometeorite possible environment, like if we're assuming 0G here. You have to deal with radiation protection, and you have to deal with the harsh thermal environment. So all of those are kind of added on. And then we think about going from a 0G suit then to a planetary suit. There's also a huge upgrade that has to happen as well. Now we've got to walk. We don't even need legs on a spacesuit for 0G. I joke that you could be, in a sleeping bag shape, have not even legs, like as long as it attaches to, your foot restraint. It could be the sleeping bag restraint. It doesn't matter because it's all up here. It's all upper body work in 0G. So once we go planetary, Moon, Mars, we need to be able to walk and function. We need to be able to bend, do samples, and all the scientific data collection that's necessary with not just geological, but biological field work. So those really become the next level of systems that have to be into the design. My background is also in lunar dust abrasion. So especially for the moon, we need dust tolerant systems. It doesn't mean just mitigate the dust, but they have to be able to survive and last for, a certain number of EVAs, whatever the contract may be on that suit. So all those things need to be factored in as you go up the scale of difficulty of different types of suit. So literally it could be, bubble person at the far one extreme of like very basic, like keep the pressure and get them to safety, which is really what when you think about like the medical industry and some of the like emergency chambers that need to be used, that goes from the very basic to the extremely advanced of actually helping someone breathe, which would be the super advanced spacesuit that helps keep you alive with medical provisions and other things.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think you hit on a lot of the key elements there, right? So when you get out the door and you start entering the dangers of space, as we talk about lunar, obviously, and we talk about Mars, there's vacuum, there's partial atmosphere. You mentioned thermal, the extreme hot, the extreme cold, micrometeorites was one that you mentioned. Radiation's another one. Natalie, as we think about maybe the operations that we're thinking right now for lunar surface EVAs, are there particular operations that maybe compound those challenges? Ryan hit on dust, but anything you want to add to that list?
Yeah, dust is a huge one, which we're working on dust mitigation tools and things like that before you get in to the vehicle or the habitat or the lander system, as well as what you do when you're inside. But along the lines of lunar operations, and we're going to learn a lot from the lunar surface on that, there are some differences that we'll really need to take into consideration between lunar and Mars. But beyond the dust, other environments, there's going to be the thermal aspect is going to be so much different on the Martian surface than the lunar surface. And we're also talking about operations wise going into even more extreme areas of the moon, like permanently shadowed regions or something that's been in the dark for so long. that we really have to take into consideration. Well, are we going to need glove heaters? Are we going to need, how long can the astronaut and the materials be in that kind of extreme environment? And so probably, going to limit some time on being in those regions. And then the lighting is going to be very different. Being able to navigate in different extreme lighting scenarios, being able to have the communications on the lunar surface and navigation in those areas, and the informatics to help you navigate all of that. So there are a lot of differences there. And then trying to think of some similar operations might be some of the vehicles that we'll have for Mars. If we're looking at going towards a pressurized rover and we're looking at suitport technology, then that's going to really, if we test that out on the moon, that's going to really be a step forward to helping us understand what we can do on the Martian surface as far as ingress, egress of the vehicle, dust mitigation, suit maintenance. How are we going to maintain the suit? You're going to have to, even on ISS right now, where there's no dust, we've got to change out the gloves pretty frequently, every 3 EVAs or 4. And so that's something that we'll need to understand. How are we going to do that? What are the logistics like on the moon versus Mars? What are we going to do as far as the quiescent period? If you're sending a lot of pre-deployed logistics to the moon for a certain amount of time versus Mars for a much longer period of time, and what is the lifetime of those suits, and how do we understand that cycle life and manned pressurized time life of the suit? And so there's quite a bit of differences there. Understanding how that works on the moon is going to help us understand what we need to do for Mars.
Yeah, I think that's all great information, right? And there's a couple of parts to that where it highlights the integrated nature of this, right? So we're talking about a suit, but there's also a habitable element, right, that plays out. And so how do you integrate that and consider that? You hit on lunar and dust mitigation, things of that nature. Certainly you brought up suit port as to what Dr. Quinn was hitting on with more frequent EVAs and maybe more time out on the surface, also helping with some of that dust mitigation. And you even hit on the life of the suit. So there are actually 2 questions that fit into that. One is the lunar surface, the dust that's there is generally considered to be glassy and abrasive and will have a big effect on the wear and tear of the soft goods of the suit. The Martian dust, though, is generally considered more fine and clay-like with maybe some corrosive elements. Is there an overlap in the materials development? Maybe Greg, you want to try and address that? And how would that potentially affect the lifetime of suits?
Sure. So the Martian dust, the means that are being developed now to mitigate dust, the first protection against dust is the environmental protection garment that covers everything, because it's got to protect from cuts, from micrometeoroids, from incident radiation, from the sun, for thermal purposes. That layer is also going to be used to keep dust from getting further down into the system. So that's the first layer of protection. And I would expect, and from what I've seen in the development, that first protection would be effective with both glassy dust and the fine dust from Mars. It's not going to be perfect in either case, and it will get down further, and it'll also pick up dust to come back to the habitat if it's brought inside. So other means are for like the joints, the mobility joints, the bearings. We learned from Apollo that they started increasing in torque significantly within 3 EVAs. So there are certain means that are being used to repel the dust from those bearings to keep them out of the rolling element parts of them. As far as removing dust goes, to keep it from accumulating, the brushes don't really work with the glassy material. There are ways of using electric fields if it's polarized to repel the dust, vacuum it up, air, use air to blow it off. Some of these means are going to be tested. The final tests are the early lunar landings. We have a lot of resources to test dust, putting items in tumblers. We have lunar simulants, we have Martian simulants, but ultimately we'll know from those early lunar landings what we got right and what we didn't. And we'll need to go back and continuing engineering and upgrading the system to accommodate the needed changes.
Yeah, that's a great point. And we often talk about in-suit design, right? The design process and the test process, and then the redesign process, right? And just the inherent feedback we get from analog testing scenarios and humans in the system itself. And I appreciate you guys kind of hitting on those. It actually addressed a couple of the questions from Chauncey Wilson.
I had an add-on for that as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so with all the analog testing, I think that a big part of the design is also the operations and how the user is going to use the suit. So when I think of dust busting, if you will, like dust mitigation, I really think of it as in 3 major stages. Everything's in 3, right? We're talking about like life support here, but the first is really the operation side. How do we operate to minimize falling over, taking a proper sample, bending, all those techniques that the astronauts are currently learning with offloading devices. Going through that, dress rehearsal, if you will, is what'll first help reducing the dust. Then it gets into the systems that Greg was just hitting on that are actually going to mitigate them on the suit, preventing it from penetrating the suit or getting in bearings. Abrading the visor. The astronauts had trouble seeing during the Apollo missions. They had trouble seeing their gauges because they were getting scratched. So all those things then become okay, now we need the materials in the right design. And then the third kind of level is, well, dust is going to get into the habitat. We can expect they're going to get dirty. They're doing science. They're doing field work. So it's then the systems of the the lunar lander that's going to have to take care of it. And the work we were doing previously on Paragon was looking at HEPA filters and the effect of dust simulants, at least, on those filters and how we design to deal with the expected load that might be coming in on each EVA. It may not seem like a lot, but it was like 100 grams per EVA for like 2 suited crew members. And it adds up, but it's also going through a lot of other environmental factors in terms of, there's pressure change, there's electrostatic charging, adhesion to surfaces. And so it's not just the suit, but the suit is kind of like the front lines of preventing the dust from actually getting in the first place.
Yeah, no, those are great words, and highlight back again to that integrated nature, right? So the suits play a role, and as you hit on, they're the first line of defense, maybe in this, and the dust adhesion and repel part of that. So maybe I want to ask a question, Natalie. I guess maybe I'll ask this to you, and then we'll kind of see if Ryan and Greg have some additions they want to add to it. But Ryan captured kind of these 3 items that he termed the fundamental tiers of life support design. And that included kind of in that order, keep the human alive, right, as number 1, be able to function as number 2, and then comfort as number 3. And so I'm assuming you generally agree with those. And I suppose the question that I have centers on the concept that the more capability that you drive into a system and add, the more complex it becomes. I guess first, do you agree with that concept? And if so, can you speak maybe some to the complexity that's encountered as the EVA community has added more capability to the suit system?
Sure. Yeah, we actually, one of the things that we have added in based on lessons learned, but also working with ISS is that fault tolerance aspect and understanding what all we need in the suit for oxygen and thermal removal and CO2 removal. Thermal insulation and thermal ventilation and cooling. And so we do a suit, which does add the mass and complexity, but it also will allow the crew member to be able to perform, say, an hour walk back approximately, depending on their met rate, terrain, lighting, navigation, all of that, your communications. And so that is something we've also incorporated lessons learned from ISS and separating the vent loop from the cooling loop. So there's a lot of different things that we have added. Once you start adding in more informatics and being able to have those displays in your helmet, that can also add to the complexity and software of the suit, but something that we may need, for more autonomous operations going into the future. Suit support capability is also it will definitely add mass and complexity in the EVA system, but could be something that will help the operations and decrease the amount of time that it takes for a crew member to egress an airlock. So instead of full depress of an airlock, you're looking at that small vestibule to depress, adding in the mobility for that capability at a suit that's at 8.2 PSID also adds that mass and complexity. But again, you're getting out the door a lot quicker. And so, yeah, there's quite a few things when you add in, and there's definitely an argument to say that you make it, more simple, that works, then you probably would have less failures and things like that. There's going to be a need to be able to maintain those more complex systems, especially when you're going for longer and farther out to Mars.
Yeah, so Greg, maybe it'd be good for you to kind of press into that tension, right, that exists there. You kind of highlighted in your introduction, some of the additional enhancements. With that, of course, we have the other side of the coin of mass constraints, right, and really trying to drive a reduction in mass in order to enable some of the mobility there. Can you speak to that tension and maybe the optimization problem that plays out there?
Sure. It's the added capabilities have to be there. The users need those capabilities to perform their mission. So the question then becomes, and the challenge, and it's not an easy challenge, is how to manage that complexity. For the informatics, for example, there's the idea of automating a lot of the functions of the suit so that the users don't need to have their cognitive overhead engaged in those operations, and that the computer can do them faster than the operator, again, to get them out the door faster. So that's where we can take some of the complexity that's necessary for the capability and bring that cognitive load off of the user. It's in software and it's in electronics, but it's manageable. And that's one way to sort of to manage the complexity of that. Some of the other complexities, it ends up being a systems issue. If you can open up that box to help continuing to solve those problems that have a solution today, but want to be lighter weight in the future without giving up those capabilities, you have to open up the box and start solving it as an entire system. There are papers and ideas of offloading the life support onto a FIDO rover that follows you. That's where you're using additional assets and not just the suit to perform functions that are needed. It's one example of how to open up that box and rearrange everything to start to shrink it down, start to get that future capability where we want it to be from where it will be on the first lunar landings.
Yeah, Ryan, I think Greg kind of hit on the human performance part to this, right? So we're talking about suit technology development and improvements, right? We're going to have to go solve some of the mass problems, some of the radiation challenges, things of that nature. But there's a human part to this, right? So the cognitive loading, Can you speak to that and the automation of systems and the confidence maybe that you have in your systems?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now my cognitive load is through the roof. So I get it. It's like you do want to offload those tasks and things that you know are going to happen. So there's no reason you should be thinking about them. But I worked with some previously working with my students with heads-up display and augmented reality and those type of technologies have huge potential for helping with task assistance or even driving the tasks and helping with the safety environment. So I think those are cool technologies that'll kind of play into this as well. Just on a performance side, yes, there will be more EVAs in terms of futures of missions, but we also have to prevent the crew from burning out. So we need to figure out what's the right cadence for them. And for missions that are, I guess you can say 10 days or longer, like the 2 weeks kind of minimum on the surface somewhere would be that we're really looking at, I think it's like 24 hours within 7 days. So maybe 3 8-hour EVAs every other day kind of thing. And as you shorten the timeline, then you can cram more EVAs into that because if the crew burns out after 4 days, they're coming home anyway. So all that side of the performance then leads to the design of the suit and how long it lasts as well. I think that hits on some of the question. There's a lot in that question. So yeah,
there is. And maybe I'm going to bounce back to Greg. Greg hit on maybe some of the enhancements of driving at more time out the door, right? And so there was a question in the chat about decompression sickness and talking about cramming in more additional EVAs and how do we manage all the logistics associated with waste management and system recharge and the logistics associated. And so, Greg, do you want to maybe hit on that? So from a cognitive load part, we've kind of talked about, but also from just a physical limitation. And as we increase the cadence of EVAs, how does that maybe play out in the suit system, which includes the human, in the loop, right?
Sure. Talking about decompression for starters, by designing the suit to be able to operate nominally at 8.2 psia, that decreases the pre-breathe time, the time that it takes to get the nitrogen out of the blood. You can also potentially go and begin an EVA at 8.2 and then bring the pressure down to get enhanced mobility and less fatigue during the EVA. That plus automating the checkout sequence will take what is today on EMU an extremely long and fatiguing day for the crew members to perform an EVA and decrease it. It's still going to be a hard day. It's still 8 hours of work plus all the prep time and time afterwards that go into it, but it should make it more manageable for the crew. And for short missions, a week, perhaps go out every day. Having been done, excursions up on Devon Island myself on those long days, the sun never goes down, so why do you need to rest? We went out about every other day. We were there for close to 2 weeks, and I agree with Ryan that you just get fatigued. You need time to plan. You need time to reassess. So for those longer missions, every other day turnaround is probably as fast as we're going to see. The other part of the getting out the door longer, though, is also maintenance and servicing of the suit. There's a lot of time spent on the space station today, making sure that the suits are ready for EVA, treating the water loop, doing checkouts ahead of the EVA at the time, the day of EVA. Those can be designed to be reduced. We can design suits, and they're being designed now to have more tolerance to different types of water. So you probably don't need to do as much water scrubbing. And that's one example of where we can take that load off of maintaining the system. If anything goes wrong with the system, it needs to be easily serviced. You don't want to have to, we perform that service on the EMU today. We've replaced some parts that were never meant to be replaced on orbit, to the immense credit to everyone who's made that happen, from the crew all the way to the flight control and the engineers that figured out those processes. But this next suit, we can design it for those processes, for maintenance during the mission, so that that load is reduced as well.
Great info and great words. So we've got about 5 minutes left, and there's just so much to do with spacesuits, and specifically EVA and the challenges that we have to come. We've talked about a lot of those. There was a great panel on day one that talked about the partnership of humans and robots. I know some of the enhancements we talked about have to do with that data stream and maybe the interoperability and connectedness standards for how we interact with robots, potentially telerobotically by the crew on the surface. We could go down a whole bunch of rabbit holes. If I could bring it to one point, maybe ask this question. We talk about a lot of the challenges that we have, and we know a lot of those. There's probably some unknowns in there. But for all three of you, and I'll start with you, Ryan, is if you were to try and distill down in maybe a minute, what do you see as the biggest challenge that we get the biggest benefit of a lunar surface EVA operation to prove out that technology for Mars?
Yeah, awesome question. I'm gonna go with legs, because you could probably pick anything and talk about it forever. But we've been doing zero GVAs for decades, and just the capability of learning how to walk again with a new suit, new possible designs, multiple designs maybe. I think that the focus there is what's going to help us develop and figure out how we can trim mass or enhance our mobility and make it most efficient. So I think that the leg system is the next big thing to really open up the gates to exploring Mars.
All right, Natalie, what about you?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I got to go on a geology excursion with some of our NASA geologists, and it was quite eye-opening. Climbing, getting down on your knees, chipping off things. So it was, you're not just staying in one area. You're not driving to one area and staying there. You're maybe driving to an area, getting out, looking at something, maybe climbing, kneeling. And then you're like, oh my gosh, well, if we're finding this here and that's kind of similar over there, what's that line? What's that boundary that we need to go look at and see how the formation is changing? And so we walk over to that area. And so there's a lot of definitely that lower mobility and upper torso mobility is gonna teach us a lot for the Martian surface. And then the other technologies like ingress, egress, and that pre-brief protocol, understanding that mobility in that 8.2 PSID when you're in the suit, in vacuum or in the Martian atmosphere. That's going to go a long way. And then informatics, just really getting that to a more advanced place where we can be more autonomous. And so I think all of those are really key. And the dust, of course, while it's different dust, it's going to help us understand more what we need to do on the Martian surface to be able to then be in a more stringent requirement protocol for planetary protection. And so I think those are all very good.
All right, Greg, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I agree with all of those. They're all extremely important. In essence, gaining operational experience with the new suit system on the moon, it'll tell us about dust. It'll tell us how the mass works with the human for the particular mass that the suit system is, planetary protection, how to do sampling without contaminating it with the human. They're all extremely important. And my takeaway is that we as a community have to get that suit, well, the crew member with that suit on the moon as soon as we can field it. I know that NASA is moving as quickly as possible to accomplish that mission objective. And that's going to tell us a whole lot. It's going to drive innovation and drive the community forward.
All right. Well, unfortunately, that brings us to the end of our time together today. And just tons of stuff to talk about. So I hope we'll have a follow-on panel at a future event. Ryan, at the end of your introduction, used a phrase "spacesuit up," and
Yeah.
I appreciate that phrase because I think it highlights the role we all play in space exploration and specifically EVA. And as Natalie hit on, there is a public-facing website from the NASA EVA office that's nasa.gov/suitup, and I recommend for the audience and everyone that you could go there to find resources and information such as the EVA ConOps, publications of technology gaps, recent news from the EVA office. With all that, though, I want to give a huge thank you to our panelists for investing their time and participating on this panel. I want to thank you, the participants, for engaging in and advancing the conversation. And I want to thank Explore Mars for hosting the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit.
Welcome, everyone. Here we are, the very last session of the 2021 Humans to Mars Summit from Explore Mars. I'm Matt Kaplan of the Planetary Society, where I host Planetary Radio, our weekly podcast and public radio series. And it has once again been thrilling to be a part of H2M. I hope that you have been as fascinated, as astounded, and as amazed, and that maybe you've had your confidence in our ability to visit the Red Planet raised as much as I have at every one of these H2M gatherings. We are going to go into what has become kind of the traditional closing session of H2M. And as you've probably seen, it's simply called Why Mars? We have a terrific panel for you. Each one of them is going to give you a very brief presentation about why they believe Mars should be an important part of the human future. To help us get into that, we're going to look to the president of Explore Mars, Janet Ivey. Janet, take it away.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you to all of you great panelists who are gathered here. I'm going to go kind of round robin in a brief moment of introduction. First off, we have Dr. Jim Garvin. He is NASA Chief Scientist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, and he is already himself a Martian. At least that is what he tells us all. There is also Dr. Greg Chavers. He is the Acting Deputy Associate Administrator at NASA, including all things systems engineering and integration. Next, we have Dr. Kavya Manipu. She is also with NASA Flight Operations and Training, especially with extra vehicular activities. And next, as I'm coming on down, we come to Steve Sherman. Oh my gosh. Stephen Sherman, for all the way from Cape Town, South Africa. His program is Living Maths. His sort of mantra is that he has been future-proofing kids for decades. Next, we have Hunter Stanchak. Everyone, after you see this, you are going to want to play the game that he has created. I'm going to leave him to tell you all about it. And last, but certainly not least, is my good friend Aaron Shepard, science communicator, roboticist, and founder of Cogito. So welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here.
All right, then, let's go. The question is why?
Thanks, Matt and Janet, and well, welcome to Mars. And if I can have my first slide.